Chapter 2040. The voice rang out very abruptly. It did not contain any sort of power, but the expressions of all the heaven-defying sovereigns changed when they heard it. They all stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the voice, either in shock or astonishment. At this moment, it was not just these heaven deities who were stunned. Above the city walls, there was an uncontrollable look of astonishment in their eyes. How could this be? Hearing this voice that was so familiar that it was etched into his mind, Five Elements' eyes widened in disbelief. If one were to take a closer look, they would even be able to see that Five Elements' body was trembling slightly. Not far away from Five Elements, the faces of the five family heads of the Five Elements' aristocratic families changed as well. They looked ahead in shock and bewilderment. This voice. Dark Rock's eyes widened in shock. With great difficulty, he turned around to look at Black Dragon beside him. Black Dragon's face was filled with shock as well. Evidently, what he heard was not a hallucination. That voice belonged to that person. It's him. He's not dead indeed. Black Dragon murmured. His shocked face was filled with a complicated look. It was hard to tell if it was joy or some other emotion. Green Peak, who was already feeling guilty to begin with, felt even more guilty after hearing how Rocky had gone back on his word. Evidently, he was going to harm two more people this time around. But as the voice entered his ears, he raised his head in shock and looked into the distance. That guilty expression of his was completely stunned. But soon, it turned into excitement. Even though he had not spent much time with the owner of this voice, he could determine the identity of the other party just by hearing a simple sentence from afar. He's not dead. He's really not dead. Green Peak was so emotional that he nearly cried out. For better or for worse, he was a great man, a Lord Ching Feng who didn't fear death. Naturally, he wouldn't be so emotional that he would cry. However, on top of Ching Feng, on top of the city wall, beside Huawei, after Yi Qian heard this familiar voice, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes that were as bright as gemstones, causing her eyes to become hazy. He's not dead. He's still alive. She guessed that he wouldn't die. He's back. He's finally back at this crucial moment. The mist continued to gather and thicken. Eventually, it turned into teardrops. With two streaks of tears, they slid down her cheeks and splattered on top of the city walls. Compared to the past, these two teardrops contained much more excitement and joy. Just as Ching Feng had said earlier, as long as she was in front of Zi Chen, she would restrain herself and become unnatural. She would also become less confident. When he heard this familiar voice, the smile on his face froze. His original confidence was replaced by astonishment. He also raised his head and looked in front of him in disbelief. Wasn't he dead? How could he survive like that? That voice sounded like a hallucination. But seeing so many people's expressions, Yong Wei knew that it wasn't a hallucination. Not everyone was able to recognize the owner of this voice. There were still many people who couldn't recognize it, but when they sensed the changes in the emotions of the people around them, their expressions became very strange. They were all guessing who it was that could make so many people's expressions change. This person appeared at the end of everyone's line of sight. He was wearing a black robe and his left hand was holding a very strange scabbard. The reason why the scabbard was strange was because in this world, almost no one would use a weapon with a scabbard because it was very troublesome to pull it out during a battle. The black-robed man's face was very young and very handsome. He was quite attractive, but at this moment, there was no emotion on his young and handsome face. He just quietly walked towards them. After that, his appearance was seen by many people. Then, the majority of the people's expressions changed greatly. The shock on their faces had already turned into horror. Zi Chen. It's Zi Chen. It's really Zi Chen. Didn't Yong Wei say that Zi Chen is dead? Why is he here? He's not dead. Zi Chen's not dead. Zi Chen came back alive. Under the shocked expression of everyone, exclamations sounded one after another. In the current Zhonwu continent, it was really difficult to find someone who didn't know Zi Chen. The moment they saw the black-robed young man, they recognized Zi Chen at a glance. The reason why they lost their composure was because Yong Wei had said that Zi Chen was dead. But now, Zi Chen had obviously come back from the dead. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned back to look at Yang Wei. Then, they saw Yang Wei's face filled with shock and disbelief. He's really still alive. I knew that this guy was an unkillable cockroach. Every time he was in a situation where he was bound to die, he could still come back alive. And from the looks of it, this guy has become stronger. Wu Xing couldn't help cursing in his heart. He was very angry, but at the same time, he was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have listened to Yang Wei. What perfect plan! In front of Zi Chen, all schemes were useless. At this time, seeing Zi Chen, Wu Xing had the urge to turn around and run. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that he had already obtained the Saint Crystal. Fortunately, he didn't wait. If he had waited for Yang Wei to finish the matter, he wouldn't have been able to get the Saint Crystal. Wu Xing quietly retreated a few steps back, and was blocked by the crowd. Wu Xing looked around again, and found that the 5 family heads were also doing the same. So, he nodded his head in tacit understanding. Obviously, these people were preparing to escape at the first moment when the situation was not good. This guy's life is really tough. But it's good that he's not dead. After seeing Zi Chen, Lei Dong didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he was excited. As long as Zi Chen was alive, then he would have a chance to get the heavenly thunder wings and obtain the world's fastest speed. Zi Chen was an idiot. He didn't know the importance of the heavenly thunder wings, but he, Lei Dong, knew very well. He didn't run away. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. There was Yang Wei here, and there were many heaven-defying experts. There was the Black Dragon, the Dark Rock, and the 5 elements. Yes, the 5 elements. Lei Dong, who turned back, didn't see the 5 elements, but he didn't care. For the heavenly thunder wings, he felt that he had to fight, so he didn't leave. However, he wasn't too much of an eyesore. The aura around his body was slightly restrained. The onlookers had already retreated far away, so Zi Chen's path was unobstructed. Zi Chen didn't walk fast, but he gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. After a series of exclamations, the surroundings became quiet again. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. In the entire world, only Zi Chen's not-so-loud footsteps could be heard. Under this oppressive atmosphere, every step was like stepping on the hearts of everyone, causing many people to feel extremely oppressed and uncomfortable. Zi Chen, who was walking forward, stopped when he was 500 meters away from Blue Feather City. If one were to talk at this distance, it would seem a little far. The crowd didn't know why Zi Chen stopped. Could it be that he was afraid? Zi Chen looked at the old man and nodded at him. The old man nodded in response. Zi Chen, it's really you. You really didn't die. Under the silent atmosphere, an excited voice finally sounded. This voice came from Qing Feng. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at Qing Feng. A smile appeared on his face. He said, I'm still alive. Thank you very much for last time. I regret it so much. I was too impulsive. Otherwise, that bastard Yang Wei would have died long ago. Qing Feng said emotionally. Although I didn't die last time, it's the same if I die today. After saying this, Zi Chen raised his head again and looked at Yi Qian, who was wearing bright red makeup. A look of surprise flashed in his bright black eyes. After that, he didn't hesitate to praise her. You are very beautiful today. Yi Qian looked at Zi Chen and didn't say anything. Her originally excited expression became very complicated at this moment. Zi Chen personally said that the two of them couldn't be considered friends. She didn't know why she was looking forward to Zi Chen's return so much. Her mood was very complicated. She seemed to be a little wronged. Tears flowed down her cheeks again. Looking at Yi Qian, Zi Chen's smile didn't disappear. He said again, although the two of us can't be considered friends, as long as Zi Chen is alive, no one will dare to force you to do something you don't want to do. Hearing Zi Chen's promise, Yi Qian couldn't hold back her tears anymore. The two of them couldn't be considered friends, but he had used his life to give her a promise. At this moment, the mysterious veil around Zi Chen seemed to have been inadvertently lifted. Yi Qian discovered the real Zi Chen. It wasn't that he didn't have any friends. He wasn't cruel. It was just that in this world, in this position, he didn't need friends. He couldn't have friends. He had given her a life or death promise, but he didn't admit that the two of them were friends. At this moment, Yi Qian's heart seemed to have been touched by this strong man. He didn't care how much infamy he had to bear. He wanted to carry the world alone and face all his enemies alone. In this world, almost everyone knew Yi Qian. However, Yi Qian didn't have many friends. Therefore, he cherished the friendship between friends very much. During the time he spent with Yi Qian had already treated her as a friend. After hearing that Yi Qian and Qi Wei were going to get married, Yi Qian guessed that Yi Qian had been forced. That was because when he had been watching the sunset, he had inadvertently seen Yi Qian's inner world. He had seen a helpless little girl hugging her knees. He still didn't admit that she was a friend, but he had given her a life or death promise. As long as I'm alive, no one will dare force you. At this moment, the entire world was silent. No one spoke. Qi Wei was also silent. However, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Many Heaven Defiers' expressions also became unsightly. Most of them were directed at Qi Wei because they could all hear the meaning behind Yi Qian's words. After that, Yi Qian looked at Qi Wei with his usual confident smile. Now, it's time for us to settle our grudges. Qi Wei's confident smile disappeared. He said coldly, "Your opponent isn't me yet." After saying that, the void behind Yi Qian silently split open. A black sword light appeared and stabbed towards Yi Qian. An assassin. Chapter 2041. The sword light came from behind, breaking through the void, but it was silent. There was no surge of a powerful aura, nor was there a terrifying pressure. There was only a black sword that did not reflect light, directly stabbing towards Yi Qian's head. Yi Qian held the scabbard in his left hand and looked up at the green peak on the city wall. The smile on his face did not diminish. No one knew if he was still talking cheerfully or if he did not notice the attack behind him at all. After Yi Wei finished speaking, his gloomy expression eased a little. Although Yi Qian was standing here, indicating that he had used up his last piece of Saint Crystal, Yi Wei believed that this assassination would be very satisfactory with the price of paying 1 Saint Crystal in advance. On the city wall, everyone saw the abnormality behind Yi Qian and their expressions changed immediately. All around, everyone's expressions changed drastically. But, that was it. In the face of this sure-kill sword, changing their expressions was the limit of what they could do. As for exclaiming, before they could open their mouths, the sword had already arrived behind Yi Qian. Buzz. Yi Qian still did not move, and even the smile on his face did not diminish, as if he really did not notice the abnormality behind him. Beside him, the void trembled slightly, and a misty light flashed past behind him. This light was very faint. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Everyone in the field was very nervous at this moment. There were also many who did not notice this light. Therefore, before they could exclaim, they could only close their eyes. Obviously, in the next moment, the sword would pierce through Yi Qian's head. Poof! A soft sound echoed in this extremely quiet atmosphere. Many of the cultivators with their eyes closed let out a disappointed sigh. They did not expect that he would be assassinated as soon as he arrived. Bang! Then, there was the sound of an object falling to the ground. Those cultivators who had closed their eyes could not help but open them. The first thing they saw was the shocked expressions of their companions next to them. Then, they looked at the battlefield and were completely dumbfounded. They saw that Yi Qian's expression did not change at all, and his head was not pierced. Instead, the assassin behind him had his head pierced and fell to the ground, dead. What's going on? These people obviously didn't know what was going on. Their faces were full of doubts, but now, no one would answer their doubts. In fact, they didn't have time to ask the questions in their hearts. Because the assassination was still ongoing. Swoosh! 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 The void split open once again as streaks of black light appeared. Each streak of black light carried a chilling killing intent. Compared to the silence earlier, the commotion this time was much greater. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. A crazy killing intent suffocated everyone. The assassination methods of an assassin had always been meticulous. When it came to targeting Zi Chen, they were even more meticulous. It was obviously unrealistic to want to kill someone like Zi Chen in one hit. The second wave of attacks came with great momentum, coming from all directions. Streaks of sword lights pierced towards Zi Chen's vital points. The smile on Zi Chen's face finally disappeared. This was not because he was afraid of the sword lights shooting towards him from all directions, but because it was natural. No one would always have a smile on their face. If they did, it would not be a smile of confidence, but a pure silly smile. Zi Chen's smile naturally disappeared. His left hand holding the scabbard was still relaxed. Even his state at this moment was extremely relaxed. Buzz. The moment these streaks of sword lights arrived, that light trembling sound rang out again. Those who had not noticed the existence of the misty light before could finally see it clearly this time. That misty light appeared beside Zi Chen and then began to revolve around Zi Chen. As it rotated, the misty light would change its position from time to time. What it drew was not a perfect circle. Pop 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 pop, as the misty light flickered, a popping sound would be heard every time it passed by a black figure. Just like this, the popping sound rang out for nearly 10 times. The energy contained in the sword lights that arrived in front of Zi Chen suddenly dissipated. Only wisps of wind that were not very strong landed on Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's black hair and black robes fluttered in the wind. Together with his handsome face and calm expression, Zi Chen appeared even more elegant. All the sword lights dissipated after the misty light retreated. Then, the bodies of the black figures that were suspended in the air fell back down due to gravity, their vitality completely gone. In the face of 2 waves of assassinations, Zi Chen did not move, but he had killed everyone. Hum. 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 However, this was not the end. The third wave of assassinations appeared. This time, 4 figures appeared on all sides of Zi Chen. The sharp sword lights carried a sure-kill energy attack. Under the masks, the eyes of the 4 people were very cold and resolute. Buzz. Buzz. The light flickered again. Then, 4 more black figures appeared, enveloping Zi Chen in all directions. The sharp sword lights filled the heaven and earth. The cold killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly, turning it into a field of ice. Assassins. These are the assassins. After 4 waves of attacks, the crowd finally reacted. Belated cries of alarm could be heard from afar. However, these cries of alarm were quickly drowned out by the raging energy. More people were watching the assassination. How could they have the mood to care about these cries of alarm? Other than the sound of energy fluctuations, no other sound could be heard in this world. There was not even the sound of fighting. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, Zi Chen's calm expression had an additional trace of indifference. The misty light that had just disappeared appeared once again. Still, no one could see clearly what that light was. They only saw the light flickering once again. Pu. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. As this sound rang out, the crowd silently recorded the number in their hearts. As long as this sound rang out 8 times, it meant that the assassination from all directions had failed again. However, this time, when the sound rang out for the 6th time, something strange happened again. A sharp sword light appeared at the place where the misty light had just swept past. Then, it ruthlessly pierced towards Zi Chen. The sword light appeared very suddenly. It was obvious that the person had calculated the route of the misty light. The misty light that had just swept past should not be able to return in time. Therefore, the sword light was already in front of Zi Chen. Facing this sword, Zi Chen still did not dodge. He only closed his eyes. This was because this sword light was aimed at his eyes. The eyes were the weakness of almost all cultivators. Since this assassin had managed to succeed with great difficulty, it was natural that he would target Zi Chen's weak point. However, Zi Chen's reaction was to close his eyes. What kind of situation was this? Closing his eyes and waiting for death? Many people could not understand. Logically speaking, Zi Chen could have punched or retreated. However, he did not. He only closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. When Ye Wei saw this scene, A cold smile appeared on his face. No matter what Zichen's goal was, as long as he was hit by this attack, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Unless his physical body could withstand this attack. However, this was obviously impossible. No one could withstand such an assassination attack without any defense. Even a saint could not. Clang. There was a hint of joy in the cold eyes of the assassin. The sharp sword light pierced Zichen's eyes. However, it was as if he had stabbed a divine mountain. Not only was he unable to pierce through, but an even stronger and fiercer force came from Zichen's closed eyes. Sparks flew in all directions. The sound of clanging resounded through heaven and earth. Zichen stood there without moving, but the assassin who attacked him was sent flying by a huge force. At this moment, there were exactly 12 sounds. Then, the misty light rushed towards the assassin who had been sent flying and had hidden himself again. Puff! From the void, another voice rang out, and the body of another assassin fell out. This assassination was obviously a failure. There were more than 20 corpses piled up on the ground. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the dead assassins. Instead, they were all looking at Zichen. The expression on their faces was as if they had seen a ghost. This was because the assassin's attack had not been able to break Zichen's body. How strong was Zichen's body? Without a defense, the assassin had not been able to break through Zichen's body. Once Zichen put up a defense, he was completely indestructible. Zichen's indifferent face suddenly turned cold. He shouted at a certain spot in the void, "Don't you think it's a little too late to run now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the misty light beside Zichen began to flicker again. This time, it flickered without any pattern. It kept moving towards a certain spot in the void. Puff! Puff! Every time the misty light flickered, a sound would be heard. At the same time, a black figure would fall out of the void, lifeless. Zichen's eyes had turned gold and silver. His yin-yang eye was fully activated. The misty light was still flickering. At times, it was very close to Zichen. At other times, it was very far away from Zichen. Buzz. When it flickered for the last time, the misty light reached Qing Feng's side and completely pierced through the void. An assassin fell out of the void not far from Qing Feng. This shocked Qing Feng. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. At this moment, the scene was silent. All eyes were on Zichen. Now was Zichen's time to perform. The misty light had an unimaginable power. It flickered continuously and was very lethal. As the last ray of light fell, the misty light returned to Zichen's side. At this moment, the crowd could clearly see that the misty light was actually a small fairy. It flapped its wings, chubby and somewhat cute. However, no one would associate this little thing with the word cute. This was because its existence had destroyed all the assassination attempts. Chapter 2042. Anyone in the Zhonwu continent would be in despair if they were to face such a terrifying assassination attack. Being targeted by the ancient Heavenly Assassin Alliance meant that they would not rest until they were dead. However, today's assassination attempt on Zichen had turned into a magnificent performance. Zichen had not moved half a step from his original position. The only action he had taken was to close his eyes once. After that, there was no more after that. All the assassins who came, whether they came out or were in hiding, were all killed by Zichen. Not a single one was left alive. This time, the Heavenly Assassin Alliance had appeared and targeted Zichen 3 times. However, each of these 3 assassins had undoubtedly suffered greater losses than the last. The gold and silver light in Zichen's eyes disappeared, and the saber spirit disappeared from Zichen's shoulder. It looked chubby and cute, but it was very dangerous. Everyone who looked at the saber spirit felt their hearts palpitate. Just now, Zichen's powerful body had blocked the killing blow, which was very shocking. Everyone found it hard to imagine that a person's body could be so strong. The assassination at the cost of a piece of Saint Crystal had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Xiao Wei's face became gloomy again. In just a few months, Zichen's body had become so strong. Obviously, Zichen had encountered an opportunity. And Zichen being able to stand here successfully proved that the powerful existence who sealed him had died. Zi Chen had undoubtedly obtained that opportunity. Although there were many unexplainable reasons, the fact that Zi Chen was able to stand here was the best explanation. No matter what happened in the middle, Zi Chen had come out and become stronger. His soul was still the same Zi Chen from before. There was no doubt that the existence who, according to the divination, would not give Zi Chen a chance to survive, had really become Zi Chen's opportunity. Zi Chen's perception was much stronger than before. The position he was standing in was also the best position to make a move. Obviously, he had already guessed that there were assassins hiding in the surroundings. The misty light appeared again, turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the blue peak. Crack! Flames burst out, and the special chain broke. Qing Feng's body fell to the ground, and the middle-aged man immediately rushed forward to support Qing Feng, who was about to fall. Zi Chen stood in place and looked up at Yang Wei. His expression seemed to say, "It's your turn now. Everyone, since everyone is here today, let's take this opportunity to kill Zi Chen." Without waiting for Zi Chen to open his mouth, the ugly-looking Yang Wei said in a deep voice, "I think that some people will be unhappy if we leave just like that." When the heaven-defying experts heard Yang Wei's words, their expressions became somewhat hesitant. Zi Chen's display of power was simply too strong. If they were to face him, it would be equivalent to suicide. However, what he said next made the expressions of all the heaven-defying cultivators change. There seemed to be a hint of fear in their hesitation. To be precise, the mission of the heaven-defying cultivators in this world was to kill Zi Chen. Now, it seemed that it was time to complete this mission. Just kill him. You have so many experts. Why are you afraid of a mere Zi Chen? Just as the heaven-defying cultivators were hesitating, a cold voice came from the city wall. Then, a figure flashing with lightning appeared on the city wall in a dazzling manner. Join forces to kill him. I'll lend you a hand. The figure that was emitting lightning was naturally Lei Dong. He shouted loudly, "Thunderclap Ninth Heaven." It was the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, an extremely powerful heavenly path technique that was exclusive to lightning. Even Zi Chen didn't know how to use it. An aura soared into the sky, and a huge vortex appeared. At first, the vortex was pitch black, as if it was connected to the depths of heaven and earth. Then, the ancient sound of thunder reverberated, and rays of silver light illuminated the vortex. Ancient lightning, like thunder dragons, poked their heads out of the vortex. Not to mention the power of this attack, and whether it could cause any harm to Zi Chen, first of all, the injury was huge. The whole world was shrouded in the pressure of lightning, and the aura was very oppressive. Attack! What are you waiting for? You're all heaven-defying cultivators, not those idiotic killers from before. They only have one chance to attack. If others don't die, they will die. Are you afraid that you can't break Zi Chen's defense? The ancient lightning was still brewing. Lei Dong's figure slowly rose into the sky, and at the same time, he shouted at the heaven-defying cultivators. It had to be said that this guy was not completely brainless. At this moment, he knew how to take advantage of the situation and create momentum. The heaven-defying cultivators' expressions changed. They looked at Ji Wei on the city wall again, and found that his expression had become very cold. Damn it! They cursed in their hearts. They knew that it was time to attack. Whether they could kill Zi Chen or not, they had to at least show their attitude. Zi Chen, die! With a loud shout, a heaven-defying cultivator shot out from the city wall. He was none other than Kunt, who had been defeated by Zi Chen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Kunt moved, a few other heaven-defying cultivators rushed towards Zi Chen. They naturally knew the principle of ganging up on him. With so many heaven-defying cultivators, their individual combat strength was naturally not weak. At this moment, when they attacked with all their strength, even Zi Chen had to face them head-on. Zi Chen, who had not moved a single step before, suddenly took a step to the side. With this step, a sharp sword light swept past Zi Chen's side. When the attack missed, Kunt was slightly stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically. He put up layer after layer of defense around his body. A sharp whistling sound rang out beside him. It was Zi Chen, who had dodged the attack, and punched at Kunt. This punch was fast, hurried, and fierce. It was impossible to dodge. Boom! The punch landed on Kunt's body, and the defense on his body instantly shattered. A huge force entered his body in an instant, and directly carried his body high into the sky. Kunt, who was flying in the sky, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, there were some fragments of his internal organs. When his body landed, Kunt could no longer stand up. His face was full of horror. He knew that there was a gap between their combat strength, but he never thought that the gap would be so big. With one punch, it was unknown whether Kunt was dead or alive. The battle was still ongoing. Zichen's figure flashed again. With the help of his extremely fast footwork, he dodged the attack again. Then, he punched again. Buzz! This time, Zichen added some strength, making the fist light faster and fiercer. At the same time, the blood in his body flowed rapidly. Pure physical strength was injected into Zichen's fist. Boom! Zichen's second punch landed on the second heaven-defying cultivator. His opponent's strength was weaker than Kunt's. In the face of this punch, his defense was also shattered. At the same time, after the terrifying power entered his body, it directly exploded along with the heaven-defying cultivator's body. The heaven-defying cultivator's body exploded, but there was no bloody feeling of flesh and blood flying everywhere. There was only a pure shock of energy. His flesh and blood had been turned into nothingness in an instant. Not only did this punch explode the heaven-defying cultivator, but it also destroyed his vitality. This scene was very shocking to the people around. The eyelids of the patriarchs of the forces were twitching, and their faces were full of horror. In their experience, they had never heard of anyone who could explode a heaven-defying cultivator with a single punch. Even those heaven-defying cultivators who had a similar legendary history had never done such a feat among them. The ones with the greatest change in expression were the people of the Five Elements clan. They knew very well what Five Elements had done this time. At this moment, when they saw Zichen explode a heaven-defying cultivator with a single punch without using any heaven-defying energy, their old faces were filled with horror and horror. They were originally standing in an inconspicuous place. At this moment, they retreated again, and at the same time, were ready to escape at any time. Seeing Zichen's strength, the Five Elements clan's face was completely pale. On the city wall, the other force was also terrified. They were forces from the Everlasting Sect, Zichen's original sect. This time, when Zichen's reputation was ruined, they had also contributed a lot. For example, rumors that Zichen had betrayed his sect and betrayed his master were all spread by the Everlasting Sect. The current sect master of the Everlasting Sect was the elder who had once wanted to snatch Zichen's cauldron of all creation. His evaluation of Zichen was that the Everlasting Sect had nurtured him, and now he wanted to destroy the Everlasting Sect. At this moment, when the old man saw such a powerful Zichen, his old face was filled with shock. Damn it, if he's alive, he will definitely go to the Everlasting Sect. After the shock, there was a deep fear in his heart. Thinking back to the unpleasantness between him and Zichen, the old man's face became very ugly. If Zichen was allowed to live, then the Everlasting Sect would suffer a disaster. He often said that Zichen would betray the sect, and it was likely that it would really happen. Boom! The attack was still going on. A violent sound rang out again, and the second heaven-defying cultivator's body exploded. Hearing this sound, everyone's eyelids twitched. They were terrified of Zichen's battle strength. On the battlefield, the other heaven-defying cultivator's movements slowed down slightly. After all, no one wanted to be brutally beaten to death by Zichen as soon as they went up. Fall. A cold and sudden voice rang out from above. Under Lei Dong's control, the ancient thunderbolts fell towards the ground. Silver light illuminated the sky and lightning filled the world. Looking at the thunderbolts above his head, Zichen did not dodge. His body shone with a faint golden light as he bathed in the lightning. Boom! The first thunderbolt fell on Zichen. The violent thunder power exploded and wreaked havoc, scaring away many heaven-defying cultivators. However, Zichen, who was in the middle of the thunderbolts, did not react at all. If one really had to say what Zichen did, it would be that he absorbed some of the violent thunderbolts. The thunderbolts fell one after another, but they did not affect Zichen at all. In fact, they were even absorbed by Zichen. Chapter 2043. Lei Dong's low shout reverberated between heaven and earth. His hand seals became faster and faster. Streaks of pure lightning energy appeared in front of him with a power that was not weaker than the heaven-defying energy. After that, the lightning energy intertwined like water and began to fuse. As Lei Dong's hand seals fell, a huge square seal that emitted lightning light appeared in front of him. As the seal appeared, it began to rotate. The essence of the world surged and was absorbed by the rotating seal. Under the naked eye, the lightning square seal began to expand. A berserk pressure that belonged to lightning once again filled the world. The power this time was not the slightest bit weaker than the thunderclap ninth heaven from before. In terms of single attack, this move was even stronger than the thunderclap ninth heaven. This was clearly another heavenly Dao technique of the lightning clan. It was also something that Zichen did not know. As lightning flashed, he raised his head to look at Lei Dong. Surprise and curiosity appeared in his eyes. He really could not understand where this fellow had learned these lightning clan techniques. One must know that back in the Tianwu continent, the two of them had fought once. At that time, Lei Dong knew more lightning clan techniques than him. Although the current Zichen had all sorts of fortuitous encounters and knew two extremely powerful and domineering heavenly Dao techniques, it seemed that he did not know any of the lightning clan's heavenly Dao techniques. Furthermore, Lei Dong had the heavenly lightning wings. If he counted the 2 wings on his body, Lei Dong had 6 wings. As for Zichen, he only had 4. Thinking of this, Zichen became even more curious about Lei Dong. Lei Dong wanted to kill him, but he could not let Lei Dong die. This fellow had too many secrets on him. He could not let Lei Dong die before unearthing those secrets. The current Zichen did not only want to obtain Lei Dong's heavenly lightning wings. He also wanted the thunderclap ninth heaven and this seemingly powerful lightning square seal. As his thoughts changed, in just an instant, the square seal in the sky had already formed. Boom! The lightning square seal shook. The space in the sky shattered inch by inch. A berserk lightning might spread in all directions. At the same time, lightning energy swam around the lightning square seal like little snakes. Descend. Lei Dong stared at Zichen below and his expression became extremely cold. He let out a low roar and pointed at Zichen with one hand. In the sky, as Lei Dong's finger descended, the thunder square seal carried a terrifying might as it smashed toward Zichen. This attack was indiscriminate and extremely powerful. Seeing that the situation was not good, the heaven-defying cultivators retreated one after another. Looking up at the descending thunder square seal, Zichen coldly snorted and said, "The level of this spell is quite high. Unfortunately, in your hands, you can't even unleash its full power. What a waste." With that, Zichen's body began to shine with a dazzling golden light. He soared into the sky, his right hand clenched into a fist. His heart began to beat rapidly, and his blood began to circulate rapidly. Powerful energy surged from his blood and bones. This was pure physical strength. Under Zichen's deliberate stimulation, the golden light around Zichen became even more dazzling. He threw out a punch. Golden light flashed as the punch landed heavily on the seal. Boom! A loud explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The thunder square seal's momentum was instantly neutralized by Zichen's punch. Boom! Looking at the thunder square seal that had stopped, Zichen threw out another punch. A powerful energy burst out, and the thunder square seal trembled in mid-air, showing signs of disintegration. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, the shock on their faces became even more intense. Obviously, Zichen had actually used his physical body to block such a powerful attack from Lei Dong. Lei Dong's face was also filled with fear. At this moment, Zichen was simply a monster. He had never seen a human with such a powerful physical body. Boom! When Zichen's third punch landed, the thunderbolt square seal in the sky exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying thunderbolt energy continued to wreak havoc. The energy from the explosion was also very terrifying, but it could not do anything to Zichen. Zichen, who was shining with golden light, stood in the middle of the violent energy. His expression was indifferent, like a god of war in golden armor standing in the sky. Attack, what are you waiting for? After 2 consecutive failures, Lei Dong knew that things were not going well. At this moment, Zichen was undoubtedly powerful and dangerous. He first shouted at the heaven-defying cultivators, and then his body began to descend. The light around him also dimmed a little. When Lei Dong attacked earlier, the surrounding heaven-defying cultivators were not just watching. They were forming seals and displaying various heavenly path techniques. Zichen's physical body was so terrifying. Close combat was simply courting death. Therefore, they chose to play to their strengths and use long-range attacks. As Lei Dong's attack was neutralized by Zichen, their attacks appeared one after another. Suddenly, there were more powerful auras between heaven and earth. Boom! 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 These powerful auras appeared from all directions. Some were pure energy attacks, while others were transformed beasts. All kinds of roars sounded at the same time. The world shook, and the entire Blue Feather City trembled. The heavenly path techniques that the heaven-defying cultivators used together were so powerful that even a saint would have to be cautious. Feeling the powerful auras appearing from all directions, Zichen's expression became much more serious. Lei Dong also took this opportunity to completely land on the city wall. He looked at Zichen above, and his expression changed. One attack after another soared into the sky and headed straight for Zichen. There were roaring beasts, sharp sword lights, and heavenly blades. In short, the attacks that appeared were all long-range attacks, so naturally, they were powerful. Facing these attacks, Zichen displayed extreme speed to dodge. However, there were too many attacks, and not all of them landed on Zichen. Explode. When some of the heaven-defying cultivators saw that the attacks had reached a certain range, they shouted coldly. The attacks formed by energy exploded with a boom. Zichen easily dodged this energy explosion. However, all of this was just the beginning. Then, like a chain reaction, the other energy attacks followed closely behind and exploded. Boom! 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 In the sky, explosions continued to resound. Energy attacks exploded one after another, forming a colorful wave that spread in all directions. It looked like those gorgeous fireworks, but it was undoubtedly fatal. No matter how fast Zichen was, he could not be faster than the energy waves of these explosions. Soon, his figure was drowned by the surging waves. After that, even more energy waves exploded in the area he was in. Between the heavens and the earth, the sounds of explosions were like endless thunder, accompanied by deafening roars. Seeing such power, the expressions of all the human cultivators changed. Obviously, facing the siege of so many people, even a saint would be injured. There was obvious worry in Yi Qian's beautiful eyes. The attack formed by so many heaven-defying cultivators was undoubtedly very terrifying. Looking at the sky that was completely drowned in energy, Qing Feng's face was also full of worry. Those who did not participate in the battle all had a change in expression after seeing the violent energy formed in the sky. Almost no one could withstand such an attack. Qi Wei's expression became very solemn. Under the perception of his spiritual thoughts, he knew how terrifying this energy was. If he did not use his shield, he was afraid that he would be killed by this violent energy. Between heaven and earth, explosions sounded one after another, and terrifying energy surged wildly. All the cultivators in the distance looked up at the sky, each of them holding their breaths and nervously looking at the sky. They did not know whether Zichen would be able to withstand the joint attack of so many heaven-defying cultivators, or whether he would die. Die, he must die. The corners of Lei Dong's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth, looking very agitated. He did not need Zichen's heavenly path technique, only Zichen's heavenly thunder wings. Similarly, the people from the Five Elements aristocratic family and the old man from the Wuji sect also urgently hoped that Zichen would die under the joint attack of a group of heaven-defying cultivators. With so many heaven-defying cultivators attacking at the same time, even if he died, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Of course, there were many people who did not want Zichen to die, such as Yi Qian and Qing Feng, the old man and middle-aged man from the martial war clan, Dark Rock, Heilong, and so on. In short, there were many people who hoped that Zichen would die, But there were also many who hoped that Zichen would live. In the sky, the violent energy gradually showed signs of dissipating. Everyone stared at the sky, guessing whether Zichen was alive or dead. In everyone's opinion, even if Zichen was still alive, facing such a violent energy attack, he would probably be seriously injured. Next, facing so many heaven-defying cultivators, he might die here. Before the energy in the sky could dissipate, the berserk energy in a certain location began to fluctuate violently. Following that, surges of surging energy began to spread out from that location. A figure flashing with dazzling golden light instantly rushed out of the violent energy like a bolt of golden lightning. At the same time, it fiercely smashed towards the nearby heaven-defying cultivators on the ground. This golden figure was obviously Zichen. At this moment, the scabbard that Zichen had been holding in his hand had disappeared, and he rushed towards the heaven-defying cultivators. Almost in an instant, he arrived in the middle of the group of heaven-defying cultivators, under the stunned gazes of all the heaven-defying cultivators. Then, Zichen displayed an extremely fast movement technique, and instantly arrived in front of a heaven-defying cultivator, and punched him forcefully. With one punch, the heaven-defying cultivator, who had just reacted a little bit, was directly sent flying. Now, Zichen was already at the peak of the heaven realm. Coupled with the perfect series and the world's extreme speed, how could a mere heaven-defying cultivator deal with him? After being sent flying with one punch, the heaven-defying cultivator coughed up blood in mid-air, which was accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. At the same time, his body flashed with golden light, and the vitality in his body dissipated under the surging golden light. The heaven-defying cultivator was sent flying, and when he landed on the ground, his vitality had completely dissipated. Then, a series of bangs rang out, and one heaven-defying cultivator after another was sent flying. At this moment, Zichen obviously did not hold back. Chapter 2044. At this moment, Zichen had rushed into the group of heaven-defying cultivators. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep as he began to slaughter them. Pang! 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 Golden light flashed as fist radiance flashed. At this moment, Zichen used his powerful physical body and heaven-defying energy to display his true killing moves. All the heaven-defying cultivators who were sent flying by Zichen's fist were either seriously injured or on the verge of death. As for the so-called minor injuries, they were nothing to Zichen's fist. Moreover, because he had rushed into the group of heaven-defying cultivators, the other heaven-defying cultivators couldn't perform other joint attacks. This was also something that Zichen was quite skilled at since he had grown up. He wasn't afraid of being besieged at all, especially when the difference in combat strength was too great. Looking at Zichen, who was shining with a golden light, and the figure of the heaven-defying cultivator who was sent flying, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. They didn't expect that Zichen, who was besieged by a group of heaven-defying cultivators, not only was he not seriously injured, but he could also display such powerful combat strength. The current Zichen was extremely powerful. He was like a ferocious tiger that had descended from the mountain. In comparison, those heaven-defying cultivators who were high and mighty in the eyes of the world were like little sheep in front of Zichen. The situation was obviously out of control. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 5 elements retreated. At the same time, the 5 patriarchs also retreated. Then, the 6 of them flew to the other side of Blue Feather City at their fastest speed. Before the battle was over, they had to return to the 5 elements families. Only there, relying on the formation, could they feel more at ease. Just after the 5 elements families retreated, the old man from the Wuji sect who was invited to watch the ceremony also quietly retreated and chose to leave. Looking at the heaven-defying cultivators below who weren't enough to kill Zichen, Lei Dong's expression was still changing. He was still hesitating in his heart. Looking back at Qi Wei, Lei Dong found that Qi Wei's face was clearly filled with fear. He didn't hesitate anymore. Gritting his teeth, he chose to retreat. Since he had already obtained the Saint Crystal, he would try to break through as soon as possible, and once he became a saint, he would come back and ask for the heavenly thunder wings back. Turning around, Lei Dong didn't even dare to use his heavenly thunder wings for fear that Zichen would sense him. He just used his extreme speed to fly away. Lei Dong had also run away. Apart from him, some of the other factions that had some grudges with Zichen had also quietly retreated. Down below, the battle was still going on. To be more precise, it was a one-sided pursuit. Those who had survived had already begun to flee into the distance. At this point in the battle, no one was able to block Zichen's attacks. Everyone could only keep running. Although Ya Wei had yet to make a move, given the terrifying combat power Zichen had displayed, everyone guessed that even if Ya Wei did make a move, he would not be able to do anything to Zichen. With the combination of his world acceleration and his powerful physical body, any heaven-defying being caught by Zichen would only end up dead. At this moment, the heaven-defying weapons were scattered everywhere. Although many cultivators were extremely envious of them, no one dared to quietly pick them up. Ya Wei still hadn't made a move. Seeing that the situation was not good, the others around him retreated one after another. Some even jumped off the city wall and flew further away. When there were no more heaven-defying cultivators in his line of sight, Zichen stopped and looked back at the city wall. He saw that the city wall, which had been packed with people a moment ago, had now lost more than half of its original number. Seeing that less than a third of the people were gone, Zichen's expression was slightly startled. Then, he used his spiritual senses to explore the area. After that, he was very surprised to find that Wu Xing had disappeared. Lei Dong, who had been clamoring just now, had also disappeared. He spread his spiritual senses again and even enveloped the entire Blue Feather City. However, he still couldn't sense any trace of the two. Apart from the disappearance of the two, there were no other heaven-defying beings on the city wall. Originally, there were many heaven-defying beings around Ya Wei and Yi Qian, as well as leaders of many forces. Now, there was only Ya Wei left above the city gate. As for the heaven-defying beings, they all jumped off the city wall and stayed further away to watch. They were very vigilant. Some of the leaders of the forces, who didn't think that they had any grudges against Zichen, stood on both sides of the city wall, keeping a distance from Ya Wei. Seeing that Ya Wei was completely alone, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. At the same time, his cold voice resounded through the world. Heaven-defying beings, leave quickly. If I see you again, I'll kill you without mercy. Hearing Zichen's cold words, all the heaven-defying beings heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, after Zichen said this, it meant that their lives were saved today. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they prepared to watch the final battle. Obviously, Ya Wei was going to fight Zichen head-on. Looking at the gloomy Qi Wei, Zichen had a mocking expression on his face. Where are your allies? Just now, Ya Wei had said that everyone here was his allies and that no one would help the two from the martial war clan. Now, after Zichen's display of strength, none of Ya Wei's so-called allies had disappeared. When the old man from the martial war clan saw this scene, he could not help but praise in his heart. With just the strength of one person, he had scared off all the forces and all the heaven-defying beings. In this world, Zichen was probably the only one who could do that. I don't need allies. Ya Wei looked at Zichen and replied coldly. This time, he had miscalculated again. Yi Qian was already standing in the crowd in the distance. It was obviously unrealistic to take Yi Qian away in this situation. Because of Zichen's appearance, his last Saint Crystal had fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Assassin Alliance. However, this assassination attempt had left Ya Wei very dissatisfied. He took a step forward and stood on the city wall. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. As he looked at Zichen, his eyes became colder and colder. It was Zichen who had caused him to miscalculate again and again. Swoosh! His robe fluttered slightly. Like a bolt of blue lightning, Ya Wei rushed towards Zichen. Ya Wei took the initiative to attack. Seeing this scene, the shocked crowd's attention returned to the battlefield. Obviously, the real life and death battle was about to begin. The heaven-defying cultivators also soared into the sky. This time, they were merely spectators. As Ya Wei rushed towards Zichen, Zichen's black robe fluttered. Golden light shone from his body. Facing Ya Wei, who was rushing forward, Chen clenched his fist and attacked. Peng! Energy vibrated and a loud sound was heard. A visible energy ripple spread out from the place where the two of them collided. Chen's body swayed slightly. However, he stood in place and didn't retreat a single step. On the other hand, Wei, who was rushing forward, retreated and returned to his original position. The two of them exchanged blows, but the outcome couldn't be determined. After experiencing it personally, Chen's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Wei's physical body to be so strong in a head-on collision. Wei's arm, which had retracted into his sleeve, trembled slightly. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Chen. He said indifferently, "This was originally my opportunity. I didn't expect you to snatch it away." "What opportunity?" "It's just a narrow escape," Chen replied indifferently. Wei knew that Chen wasn't lying. In his deduction, Chen wouldn't have a chance to survive against such an existence. There wasn't even a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. However, there were variables in the world. There were all kinds of coincidences. Chen, who fell into the magma, had the scabbard, so he avoided the disaster. Then, Chen had the perfect world and avoided the fatal situation. Next, Chen also knew close combat skills, which increased Chen's chances of survival. It could be said that all the Heavenly Realm experts in the world would die if they suddenly fell into the magma. Even if he had the scabbard, only Chen had a great chance of survival. Of course, although there was a chance of survival, Chen was also facing great danger. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he would have a narrow escape. It's meaningless for the two of us to test each other. Let's end this battle quickly. Wei put his hands behind his back and returned to the front again. That's what I'm thinking. Upon hearing the conversation between the two of them, the expressions of the surrounding spectators became extremely excited. Clearly, the upcoming battle between the two of them would surpass the probing and revealing of their trump cards time and time again. A true life and death battle was about to begin. Golden light began to shine around Chen's body. His hands were hanging in front of his chest. The aura around his body became hot and violent. This was an energy aura with an attribute. It belonged to the extreme yang. On the city wall, Wei's body began to release black energy. This energy continued to spread and soon occupied half of the world. An extremely strong pressure came from the front. It swept across the world, releasing an oppressive aura. As the black energy spread, Wei's body was faintly discernible. He formed a seal with his hands. In front of him, a black mark appeared. As soon as this mark appeared, it caused the energy to vibrate. Some people stared at Wei, while others looked at Chen. In front of Chen, a mark also appeared. After this mark appeared, it released a hot and violent feeling. Both of their expressions were solemn and cold. Obviously, they had great confidence in their next move. A black lotus flower appeared in front of Shaky. The instant the lotus flower appeared, the surrounding black energy was devoured by the lotus flower. As the black energy was absorbed, the lotus became incomparably black. It floated in front of Wei. Looking at the lotus in front of him, then looking at Chen, Wei said indifferently, "Back then, when you faced my heavenly demonic lotus, you used extreme yin and extreme yang." The extreme yang mark appeared in front of Chen, forming a terrifying ball. On the ball, golden light shone. The surrounding space began to distort crazily. Chen replied coldly, "Today, extreme yang is enough to deal with you." After saying that, Chen gently shook his hand. The extreme yang mark flew forward. The surrounding space was distorted, but it didn't shatter. This wasn't because Chen's attack wasn't strong. It was because he had completely suppressed the energy and didn't explode. At the same time, the heavenly demonic lotus also revolved towards Chen. Chapter 2045. The demonic lotus and extreme yang seemed to be in two separate spaces. When they were about to collide, the two spaces began to distort, and waves of suppressed energy escaped. Everyone in the surroundings opened their eyes wide as they stared at the sky. They were waiting for the next moment to collide with each other. Kai the demonic lotus and extreme yang finally broke through the space they were in and began to collide. However, they didn't explode immediately. Instead, they used their own energy and began to wear each other down. Slash. Slash. Waves of energy shot out from above, shattering the space wherever it passed. In the sky, pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared in the space. These cracks spread in all directions and continued to spread. Not good. Retreat. The power of the two attacks hadn't been fully displayed yet, but the world felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure, many people felt suffocated. Furthermore, the cracks that were appearing non-stop were also spreading closer and closer to them. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the cultivators retreated. Even Qing Feng and the other two retreated, leaving the entire battlefield to the two of them. Kai both of them were doing their best to control the power of this attack so that it would clash head-on and not allow too much energy to escape. This was not only a battle of energy, but also a battle of spiritual senses. They wanted to see whose spiritual sense was stronger, purer, and more powerful. Under the control of Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense, extreme yang began to spin. As it spun, it kept moving forward, and traces of energy escaped. Wherever the energy passed, the sky shattered. The space here couldn't withstand this power. As for the heavenly path demonic lotus, it was also rotating and releasing waves of energy. When this energy came into contact with the extreme yang energy, it was silently destroyed and dissipated. At this moment, the two attacks didn't really collide. However, as the two attacks kept moving forward, it was only a matter of time before they collided. The excessive energy consumption made Ji Wei's face pale. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He was clearly reaching his limit. Zi Chen's expression was calm, but the twitching of the corner of his eyes showed that Zi Chen wasn't relaxed either. The spectators all held their breaths. Clearly, it was time to determine the winner. The two attacks finally collided. At this moment, Lin Yun's spiritual senses could no longer suppress the demonic lotus. The demonic lotus dissipated upon encountering the extreme yang energy. As for Zi Chen, he withdrew his spiritual sense in an instant. His extreme yang energy, which had been suppressed to the limit, completely erupted. Boom! From afar, it looked as if the two great attacks had collided and naturally exploded. The entire world trembled in an instant, and the sound of the energy explosion drowned out everything. The extreme yang exploded, turning into pure golden light, starting to rush forward, starting to spread. The demonic lotus also exploded, turning into a pure black color, spreading with the same berserk might. From afar, the dispersed energy looked like a Taiji diagram that was emitting gold and black colors that appeared in the sky. Only these two colors were left in the world, each occupying half of the sky. At the same time, the two great energies were constantly in a stalemate and destroyed each other. Of course, there was also the scattering. The powerful energy ripples carried the remaining energy and spread out in all directions. Zi Chen was the first to be enveloped by this energy. Almost at the same time, the scattered energy also shrouded Lin Yun's city wall. The energy was still spreading, forming a huge shockwave. The cultivators who had retreated far away were also affected by the shockwave. One by one, they were sent flying. Some of the weaker cultivators were sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as they flew. The world seemed to be ushering in destruction. The two energies of gold and black continued to spread. It was like two waves in a raging sea colliding with each other. It was also like two stars colliding with each other, resulting in destruction. This kind of power continued to spread. Many people hurriedly dodged, and few could continue to pay attention to the battlefield. At this moment, in the center of the berserk energy on the battlefield, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Amidst the roar, a golden figure rushed out from the berserk energy. At the same time, a black light rushed out from the opposite side of the golden figure. The two lights, one black and one gold, arrived in the sky, and the berserk energy spread out under their feet. Your strength has indeed increased a lot. In the black light, Lin Yun's expression turned grave when he saw Lin Yun blocking his attack with just the extreme yang energy. As I said, I will kill you today. In the golden light, Zi Chen spoke, and then rushed towards Lin Yun. Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Yun coldly snorted, and also rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's skyblade had self-destructed last time. Back then, in order to protect himself, Lin Yun had also self-destructed his own heavenly weapon. Therefore, the two of them did not use their heavenly weapons. Instead, they clenched their fists. Boom! The two fists, one black and one gold, collided, and an explosion sounded in the sky. Then, a ripple that was not very strong spread out. The two figures flashed, and both of them retreated. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. At this moment, Zichen, who had retreated, rushed forward again. Golden light shone. At this moment, the two powerful attacks had yet to dissipate. Everyone was still hurriedly dodging. At the top of the violent energy, Zichen and Lin Yun had undoubtedly started fighting again. The two of them turned into two rays of light, constantly entangling each other. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves continued to spread out. When the violent energy dissipated, everyone raised their heads again and saw that Wei was engaged in a fierce battle with Zichen. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. One should know that with the strength of the physical body Zichen had just displayed, Lin Yun still dared to choose to fight Zichen head-on. It was obvious that his battle strength was not weaker than Zichen's. In fact, Lin Yun was also suffering. Every time they collided, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. However, only he knew that every time they collided, there would be an inexplicable and heaven-defying energy that would penetrate his defense and enter his body. And this heaven-defying energy was very fierce. After entering his body, it would spread out and destroy. The heaven-defying energy in Lin Yun's body was actually very difficult to suppress. Faintly, Lin Yun felt that the energy that entered his body seemed to be of a higher level. His heaven-defying energy was actually trembling. As they continued to collide, more and more of this energy appeared in his body. When he was unable to suppress it, he would be injured. Moreover, Zichen was relying on his powerful physical body to continuously attack him. This made Lin Yun feel as if he was suffocating. Looking at the battle at this moment, the others mistakenly thought that the two of them were evenly matched. However, Lin Yun was already showing signs of defeat. In fact, from the moment he chose to fight Zichen head-on, he was already destined to lose. After another collision, Zichen looked at Lin Yun and sneered. He said, "Let's see how long you can last." Humph. Lin Yun snorted coldly. However, at this moment, an obscure energy passed through Lin Yun's fist and entered Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun's expression immediately changed. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Because of his injury, his body swayed in the sky. The energy around his body became unstable. Seeing Lin Yun's swaying body, the expressions of the people watching the battle changed. They all guessed that Lin Yun would not be able to hold on for much longer. Obviously, Zichen would not miss such an opportunity. His figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun. He clenched his right fist. A dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of his fist. With great power, he ruthlessly punched towards Lin Yun. Buzz. Facing Zichen's powerful attack, Lin Yun could only force himself to swallow the blood in his mouth. The heaven-defying energy in his body crazily surged. Layer after layer of protection covered his fist as he clashed with Zichen. Boom. In the sky, there was another explosion. The moment the two big fists collided, Lin Yun's defense was directly broken. At the same time, a great power was instantly transmitted into Lin Yun's bones, shattering his arms. At the same time, Lin Yun's body was also sent flying. It was obvious that he had been defeated. Go to hell. Zichen once again rushed forward like lightning. Another punch fell. This time, it was aimed at Lin Yun's head. Wherever the fist passed, the space was shattered. A huge black hole appeared. Feeling such a terrifying attack, Lin Yun's expression changed drastically. He did not doubt that if this attack hit his head, it would directly explode. At this critical moment, Lin Yun also fiercely clenched his teeth. A black light lingered in front of him. The half-shield, which was known to have the strongest defense, appeared in front of Zichen's fist. Bang! Zichen's powerful punch landed on the half-shield. The violent energy immediately rushed towards the shield. However, Zichen's expression changed. In an instant, there was an even stronger rebounding force that landed on his body, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backwards. After his punch was blocked, Zichen's expression changed. He looked forward and saw the half-shield that was controlled by Lin Yun. It had an irregular shape, and there was a hole in its middle. That's a shield. Seeing this half-shield, Zichen was shocked. Then, he looked at the center of the half-shield. There was a half-round hole there. If that half-round hole was formed into a complete shield, it would become a round hole. The size of the round hole was similar to the size of the round ball that Zichen had obtained. Zichen, who had already guessed in his heart, was now even more certain that the round ball he had obtained was the round hole in the center of the shield. This could also explain why the round ball could block the black wind in the slaughtering heaven cave. Looking at the half-shield, Zichen's eyes were filled with joy. As long as he killed Lin Yun, this shield would be his. With a thought, the scabbard appeared. However, before Zichen could use the drawing technique, he saw Lin Yun controlling the shield and his body fly backwards. Chapter 2046. Zichen sneered as he looked at Jiao Wei's departing figure and listened to his words. What? You want to run? Do you think you can run away from my extreme speed? Zichen was now at the peak of the heaven realm. He could confidently say that he was the fastest among those at the same level. Even Lei Dong, who also had extreme speed, could not compare to him. Looking at Zichen from afar, Jiao Wei sneered. I believe that the next time we meet, you will definitely be dead. Zichen caught up with Jiao Wei. He was indeed very fast, which surprised Jiao Wei. However, it did not mean that Zichen could catch up with him, who was about to leave. Black light shone around him, and a strong light shot up into the sky like a huge passage that connected to the sky. Die. Zichen had already arrived. He roared and was about to draw his sword. Swoosh. Jiao Wei's figure disappeared in an instant. Only a black light shot up into the sky and soon disappeared. Looking up at the disappearing black light, Zichen looked very angry. He was still one step too late. Jiao Wei had obviously planned to leave long ago. Jiao Wei is gone. Zichen is too strong. Even Jiao Wei is no match for him. He is no match for Zichen. After Jiao Wei goes back, he may set foot on the star path. Yes, Zichen is back. If he doesn't come back in time, Jiao Wei will definitely break into the Saint Realm. Maybe he won't have to go to the star path. Looking at the disappearing Jiao Wei, whether it was the heaven-defying cultivators or the humans, they were all dumbfounded. Then, a low sigh was heard. They originally thought that the two of them would fight to the death. Who would have thought that Jiao Wei would choose to run away after being defeated? He's gone. He's finally gone. Yi Qian looked at the disappearing black light and finally felt relieved. However, she then thought of something, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Fortunately, everyone was in a state of shock and did not notice the change in Yi Qian's expression. While the crowd couldn't understand why Yang Wei would leave just like that, they felt a cold light fall on their bodies. As the light fell, the hearts of all the heaven-defying sovereigns trembled. All heaven-defying cultivators, scram into the star passage. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. A cold voice rang out once again as a thick murderous intent filled the area. The expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators changed drastically. Then, one by one, they turned into rays of light and soared into the sky. Obviously, they did not enter the star path, but chose to leave in the same way as Yang Wei. Damn it, are you planning to come again next time? Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged forward. But it would have been better if they didn't rush. Now that they did, everyone ran even faster. Kuan Ti, who was heavily injured, was lucky enough to survive. He ignored his injuries and soared into the sky, disappearing from this world. Only an idiot would let them enter the star path from here. Soon, the heaven defiers were nowhere to be seen. As for the alien races, they had already left when they saw that the situation was not good. At the same time, no other alien races could be seen in the huge blue feather city. Qi Wei's defeat indicated the defeat of the heaven-defying cultivators. How would the other alien races dare to occupy a city in front of Zichen? Zichen only drove away the heaven-defying cultivators. As for the alien races, he did not drive them away. It was not that he did not want to, but that he did not have the time and energy to do so. Currently, there were alien races on every continent. Even though Zichen possessed great strength, if he were to kill them one by one, it would take him a very long time. Even if all the alien races stood there for him to kill, Zichen would not be able to kill them all within a few hundred years. Turning back, Zichen saw that the city walls of Blue Feather City had disappeared in the battle. In front of Blue Feather City, the ground had sunk a few feet. Streams of energy rose from the ground, and the aura of battle was very strong. As Zichen's figure landed, Qing Feng and the other two also flew over. In the distance, Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and walked over. As she walked, her cheeks were a little red. Seeing Qing Feng coming over, Zichen took the initiative to ask, "How are you? Are you okay?" Qing Feng shook his head. His expression was filled with excitement. Zichen's powerful battle prowess had truly shocked him. "Good boy, you're amazing, really amazing. What you've done today is definitely unprecedented." The old man came in front of Zichen and praised him without holding back. It was true that no one had done it before, and it was not an exaggeration to say that no one would do it after. After all, Zichen was the only heaven defier. Unless Zichen died, there would be no successor. "Senior, you flatter me." Zichen smiled modestly and said, "Senior, do you have any plans in mind?" He had met this old man before at the Slaughtering Heaven cave. Otherwise, these two experts from the martial war clan would not have believed that Yang Wei would keep his word, and the two of them would not have swaggered over here to exchange conditions with Yang Wei. When the old man saw Zichen, he told Zichen that he wanted to verify some things, so he hoped that Zichen would appear last. Zichen did not have any objections to this. As for Zichen's curiosity, he wondered why the old man could predict that he would return at this time. The old man laughed and said that he could foresee that Qing Feng would not be in danger this time, but he could not figure out where the breakthrough was. After thinking about it, it was very likely that Zichen was here, so he went to wait outside the Slaughtering Heaven cave alone. Of course, the old man was not sure if he could wait for Zichen, so the middle-aged man had another plan. After all, the martial war clan was the symbol of the martial war continent, and as the protector, they still had some foundation. However, when encountering Zichen, it seemed that there was no need for other preparations. After listening to Zichen's explanation, Qing Feng was also extremely shocked. It turned out that he was still blaming himself for causing the deaths of two people, but he didn't think about why these two people, who were no longer young, would stupidly come here alone, and even hold the martial battle token. Now, it seemed that this was just a test. As for the so-called test, it was naturally to test the powers of the martial war continent. Actually, there was no need to test. "We had already expected this result," the middle-aged man said indifferently. Although he said so much, the middle-aged man's disappointed expression showed that his heart was not restrained at all. This was not because the battle tokens had lost their effect, but because he was disappointed that the powers of the current era did not hesitate to collude with the foreign races for self-protection and benefits. In the distance, the leaders of the various powers stood there with complicated expressions. Today, they were only here to observe the ceremony, but they did not expect that the main character would be defeated before they could even see the ceremony. All the foreign races had disappeared in a moment, and all the foreign races had left Blue Feather City. Seeing Zichen and the others, the leaders of the various powers had extremely complicated expressions, not knowing whether they should go forward or not. The current Zichen had already become the strongest person in the war martial continent. Considering the other party's powerful battle prowess, it would be inexcusable if he did not greet him. Therefore, the leaders of the various powers shamelessly walked towards Zichen. With the first one, the others naturally followed. This time, Zichen had killed many people, and the spoils of war were everywhere. Qing Feng began to actively clean up the battlefield. Zichen was chatting with the old man when he suddenly smelled the unique fragrance of a young girl. Puzzled, he turned around and saw Yi Qian walking towards him. Her head was lowered, and her expression changed from time to time. He did not know what she was thinking. "Why are you still here?" Looking at Yi Qian, Zi Chen asked in astonishment. Hearing Zi Chen's voice, Yi Qian was also startled. She raised her head and their eyes met. Panic flashed in Yi Qian's eyes, and her face turned red. She lowered her head again, not daring to look at Zi Chen. Her voice was stuttering, but she did not know what to say. She could not say that she deliberately stayed behind because of that matter. Zi Chen clearly did not know about the changes in Yi Qian's heart. He was only wondering why Yi Qian did not leave. Could it be that she came to say goodbye to him? Zi Chen smiled and looked at Yi Qian. "You are safe now. No one will force you." Yi Qian nodded. She felt even more conflicted. However, just as she was about to gather her courage and say something to Zi Chen had already turned around. His attention fell on the leaders of the factions who were walking over. The courage she had just gathered disappeared once again because of Zi Chen's disregard. Yi Qian, who had never been shy in front of Zi Chen, now found that her heart was beating extremely fast. It was as if saying a word to Zi Chen required a great deal of courage. Of course, this was not because of reverence or fear. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if she could stand there for the rest of her life without saying anything. The leaders of the various factions came over and seemed to be preparing to clasp their hands together in congratulations. However, before they could open their mouths, they all saw the old man from the martial war clan beside Zi Chen toss the representative martial war medallion to Zi Chen. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Zi Chen asked the old man in astonishment as he subconsciously caught the item. "This thing is worse than trash in our hands. Only in your hands can it be of greater use," the old man said faintly with some melancholy. "I can't accept this." Zi Chen understood the meaning of the old man's words and hurriedly tossed the martial war medallion away. It was as if this thing was no longer a symbol but a hot potato. Clearly, the old man meant for him to establish a martial war alliance and lead everyone to deal with the foreign races. In this world, Zi Chen had no power or influence. He only had one fighting force. How could he have the qualifications to lead this world? Looking at the martial war medallion that Zi Wei had spent so much effort to obtain, but was now being tossed around like trash, the leaders of the various factions did not know what to say. After firmly shaking his head to express that he did not want it, Zi Chen looked at the leaders of the various factions and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The leaders of the various factions were somewhat embarrassed. They did not know what to say. Chapter 2047. Zi Chen didn't agree with the leader's suggestion to deal with the other alien races. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't trust them. These people could form an alliance with Ya Wei a moment ago, but in the next moment, they wanted to join forces with him to deal with the other alien races. They might join forces with others to deal with him one day. Moreover, Zi Chen was only one person. Other than his battle prowess, he had nothing else. What right did he have to make these forces that had existed for tens of thousands of years willingly hand over their subordinates to him and let him lead them into battle? The leaders weren't surprised by Zi Chen's refusal. In fact, they had already expected it. They took the initiative to approach him this time just to make friends with him. Soon, they cupped their fists and said that they would go back to discuss how to deal with the alien races. "Young friend Zi Chen, if you have time, you can visit the Dragon Clan. Ever since the last battle, the rebel dragon has been full of admiration every time he mentions you," the leader of the Dragon Clan said. Obviously, he was using the rebel dragon to get close to Zi Chen. After all, the rebel dragon was on Zi Chen's side last time outside Blue Feather City. However, after returning, the rebel dragon was punished for what he had done. He was still reflecting on his actions. "The Golden Rock also mentioned you often. Zi Chen, the Rock Clan welcomes you at any time," the leader of the Rock Clan said with a smile. Then, the two leaders looked at each other with tacit understanding. Zi Chen nodded and accepted their kindness. After that, the other forces left one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 people left. "Let's go back to Blue Feather City first." The 5 of them walked toward Blue Feather City. Wherever they passed, The cultivators in the city looked at Zi Chen with awe. No matter how bad Zi Chen's reputation was, driving away all the heaven-defying cultivators was undoubtedly a great contribution to the Jianwu continent. The existence of the heaven-defying cultivators put the heavenly realm in this world in imminent danger. They were known to be more powerful than immortals. They had the origin and could live forever. However, in front of the heaven-defying cultivators, they were completely slaughtered. The heaven-defying energy was their nemesis. This time, the heaven-defying realm cultivators had all left. Without that threat, they had undoubtedly become the strongest cultivators. Although the battle between heavenly realm cultivators was still very fierce, the death rate had been greatly reduced. It was not easy to kill a heaven realm expert without a heaven-defying realm expert. The inn that Zi Chen had stayed in was still there. Before he reached the entrance of the inn, Zi Chen saw a black tiger lying there lazily, enjoying the sunlight with its eyes closed. Seeing the comfortable black tiger, Zi Chen couldn't help but laugh. "You're actually lying here and sleeping while the fighting outside is so intense." Behind Zi Chen, Yi Qian also smiled. She seemed to have returned to her former self. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell on Zi Chen, there would still be a trace of panic in her eyes. Looking at the black tiger in front of him, Qing Feng smiled kindly. The middle-aged man was expressionless. The old man's deep eyes were filled with doubt when he saw the black tiger. He saw that there was a trace of doubt in the other party's eyes. The black tiger opened his eyes and glanced at them indifferently. His gaze paused on the old man for a moment. Then, he looked at Zi Chen and said sarcastically, "You're in high demand now. I won't join in the fun." What the black tiger was referring to was the matter of him being surrounded by the leaders of the various forces. Zi Chen only smiled in response. The group entered the inn one after another. During the process, the old man from the martial war clan kept staring at the black tiger in front of him. His eyes were filled with confusion as if he was recalling something. "You little kid, always looking at people behind their backs. That's very impolite." The black tiger turned around and glanced at the old man. Hearing Black Tiger's words, Zi Chen did not have much of an expression. Black Tiger's origin was extraordinary, and it was unknown how long he had lived. Although this sentence was somewhat arrogant, Zi Chen reckoned that Black Tiger should have lived much longer than the old man. Qing Feng and the middle-aged man did not know the Black Tiger's background. When the middle-aged man heard the way the Black Tiger called him a little kid, he was speechless. Qing Feng's eyes widened and he looked at the black tiger with a strange expression. He did not know the black tiger, but he knew the origin of the old man. The black tiger was an existence that had experienced the previous war between the foreign tribes. He had lived for a very long time. This black tiger, who was not considered very strong in the heavenly state, actually called him a little kid. Qing Feng laughed in his heart, thinking that there would be a good show to watch. Usually, the old man was the one who called others little kids. Yi Qian found it interesting to hear him call an old man a little kid. "We seem to have met somewhere before." The old man did not get angry because of the way the black tiger addressed him. Instead, he asked carefully, "Strictly speaking, I was the one who beat you up." The black tiger said without turning his head. "Ah." When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Even Zi Chen was stunned. The middle-aged man looked at Black Tiger and thought to himself, "This is too ridiculous. This old man was already in the heaven realm more than 100,000 years ago. You're not even as strong as him now, so how can you beat him? If you beat him back, it's possible." The old man was still puzzled. He did not remember anything about the Black Tiger. "To be more precise, I should say that I kicked your butt." The Black Tiger's words were filled with pride. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Even the old man's expression changed. "You are." The old man's eyes immediately widened. His originally sage-like appearance had already disappeared. His originally benevolent face was filled with shock. This change in expression was even greater than when Zi Chen had displayed his powerful battle prowess. Seeing the drastic change in the old man's expression, everyone was deeply surprised. They did not expect the two to know each other. At this moment, Zi Chen pushed the door open and entered with everyone. As soon as they entered the room, Black Tiger jumped onto a stool and turned to look at the old man. The old man quickly stepped forward and then knelt down on one knee. He shouted respectfully, "Zhong Wu Che Xiao greets the great sage Yin Zhong." As soon as he said this, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Zi Chen, who had closed the door and turned around, was even more stunned and speechless. When he first met the Black Tiger, the other party claimed to be a great sage. However, Zi Chen did not believe it at all. He beat the Black Tiger until his original body was revealed. Later on, he gradually believed that the Black Tiger might have been a saint, but he was definitely not a great sage. But now, the old man was kneeling in front of a great sage. The middle-aged man and Qing Feng were completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they could not say a word. This Black Tiger was a great sage. A great sage who was countless times stronger than a saint. Yi Qian's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She covered her mouth with her slender jade-like hand and almost cried out in surprise. She had known the Black Tiger for a long time and had always thought that it was Zi Chen's pet. Who would have thought that it was a great sage? Zhong Wu Che Xiao's actions caused Black Tiger to be slightly taken aback. When he saw the dumbfounded expressions on the faces of the crowd, his eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He then swept his gaze across the crowd and unleashed his aura. He then spoke in a low voice, "Oh, the few of you, why aren't you kneeling when you see this great sage?" An inexplicable pressure emerged from the Black Tiger, making him look mysterious and powerful at this moment. Greetings, great sage." Qing Feng knelt down almost reflexively. He looked at the Black Tiger with eyes full of reverence. The Black Tiger in front of him was a great sage, the pinnacle of the saint realm. The middle-aged man seemed a little hesitant, but after meeting the cold gaze of the old man, he had no choice but to kneel. Yi Qian did not kneel, not because she did not want to, but because she was stunned. As for Zi Chen, he looked at the Black Tiger and rolled his eyes. This guy might have an extraordinary background, but now his battle strength was too weak to be worth mentioning. He waved his hand and shot out a beam of energy, directly knocking the Black Tiger off the chair. Then he said lightly, "That's enough. We're all on the same side. You don't have to put on airs." The Black Tiger landed on the ground and rolled a few more times. He was very embarrassed. He was angry and wanted to vent his anger, but when he thought of Zi Chen's current battle strength, he could only give up. Black light flashed around him, and he shook his body and turned into a strong man. He waved at the three and said, "That's enough. Get up. Great sage, what's going on?" Seeing the Black Tiger turn into a human, the old man looked more and more excited, but also very confused. "Although I chased that old thing away back then, I was also badly injured. After that, I was schemed against by a few brats. As a matter of fact, I have yet to recover from my injuries." The great sage Yin Zhong sat back on the stool and said casually. Since his identity had been recognized, there was no need to continue hiding. Qing Feng and the middle-aged man also stood up. The two of them still hadn't recovered from the shock. Zi Chen's face showed a strange look. When he looked at the strong man again, there was a touch of admiration in his eyes. To be able to seriously injure a great sage, the opponent was naturally a great sage. Two great sages fighting to the death would only happen in a war between the foreign races. This guy was seriously injured and his cultivation level fell in order to protect the Zhanwu continent. Great Sage Yin Zhong, you're the legendary 100 Transformations Great Sage. At this moment, Yi Qian let out a cry of surprise. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. For the foreign races, not many people knew the name of Great Sage Yin Zhong. But when it came to the 100 Transformations Great Sage, it was like thunder to the ears. It was an existence that had shocked the foreign races for an era. It was also a very ancient existence. The name of the 100 Transformations Great Sage had been passed down in the endless starry sky for tens of thousands of years. It was very ancient. Because of Yi Qian's identity, she was destined to become a saint in the future, so she had a certain understanding of some powerful existences. She just happened to know that the other name of the 100 Transformations Great Sage was Great Sage Yin Zhong. Little girl, I didn't expect you to know about this. A hint of pride appeared in the strong man's eyes again. Yi Qian greets the 100 transformations great sage. I didn't expect to be able to meet the great sage in person. I'm really flattered. Yi Qian bowed to the strong man. This guy really has a big background. Looking at everyone's expression, Yi Qian rubbed his chin and thought to himself. It's been many years. You don't have to be so polite. In front of Yi Qian, great sage Yin Zhong was rarely humble. Since I'm lucky enough to meet the great sage, the martial war token should be in the hands of the great sage. Chapter 2048. Seeing the old man take out the medallion again, the Yinzhong Grand Sage couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't reach out to take it. What was so important to Yang Wei had been rejected twice today. He wondered what Yang Wei's reaction would be once he found out about this. The Yinzhong Grand Sage looked at the old man and sighed. The martial warrior clan had participated in the last invasion, but they didn't do so in the name of the martial warrior clan. After so many fierce battles, the martial warrior clan, who had always been at the front line, had long been defeated. They knew this, so they didn't take out the medallion to command others. If it weren't for Qing Feng, the medallion wouldn't have appeared in this invasion. You should keep this. The world has changed. We don't need the medallion anymore. Looking at the martial war medallion before him, the Yinzhong Grand Sage revealed a rare expression of emotion. In his memory, he could still clearly remember the scene when the martial war medallion first appeared. At that time, when the martial war medallion appeared, all the heroes in the world obeyed its orders. Even the saints responded to the order and did not dare to be negligent. Grand Sage, this is for the world. The old man was stubborn. He knelt down again and handed the medallion to the Yinzhong Grand Sage respectfully. Seeing this, the Yinzhong Grand Sage didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The world now is no longer the world of the past. We don't need the medallion anymore. These powers have gone against the teachings of the past. They don't care about the martial warrior clan anymore. Do you think I can order them around? The martial warrior Che Xiao was stunned. Remembering that he hadn't recovered his saint plane, he could only take back the medallion. Looking at the depressed martial warrior Che Xiao, the Yinzhong Grand Sage said, Your martial warrior clan has done enough for the world. We'll leave the matter of fighting against the outsiders to the other powers. As for what the world will become, it will depend on the choices of these powers. Perhaps everything is predestined. Looking at the Yinzhong Grand Sage, Yi Qian couldn't help but sigh. Among these people, he was the weakest. But now, everyone was listening to him. They even seemed to be obeying him. Next, everyone discussed something about this world. As a member of a different race, Yi Qian found it inconvenient to stay here. Yi Qian was keenly aware of this and left the room. Keep this martial battle order first. Take good care of it. There will be a time when you need it. Grand Sage Yinzhong looked at the old man. His tone was solemn. Che Xiao nodded and kept the war martial order. Then, Grand Sage Yinzhong looked at Yi Qian and said, You didn't agree with those forces to deal with the outsiders. That was a wise decision. I'm not stupid. I won't be used as a tool by them. Today, we agreed to an alliance. Who knows, they might stab us in the back the next day, Yi Qian said, curling his lips. Your caution is not without reason. But even if they want to fight, you can't continue to stay here. Yinzhong Saint nodded. Why? Yi Qian looked at him strangely. Qing Feng and the other two also didn't understand. Yi Qian was definitely the strongest person in the heaven realm in this world. If Yi Qian was here, the outsiders would be chased out very quickly. Why couldn't he continue to stay here? You have completed your mission. Your mission has been completed. The heaven-defying ones have left because of you. If you choose to stay in this world to deal with the outsiders, you will be wasting your time. Based on the scale of the outsiders' invasion in the past, there should be more outsiders coming to this world in the future. This battle may last for hundreds or even thousands of years. This world is very limited for saints. If you stay here for too long, you are destined to be unable to break through. When the heaven-defying ones return, this world will no longer have the power to restrain them, Supreme Sage Yinzhong said. They still dare to come back. Naturally, they won't dare to come back for now. But after they become saints, they will come back again. Furthermore, even before they become saints, as long as they have clues about the Thunder Divine Hall, they might come back earlier. Thunder Divine Hall? What does this have to do with Thunder Divine Hall? Zichen didn't understand. The great sage Yinzhong looked at Zichen and said, although part of the reason for the invasion of the outsiders is because of you, the main reason is still the Lightning Divine Palace. The outsiders have never given up on entering the Lightning Divine Palace. The purpose of their invasion is also the Lightning Divine Palace. The reason why Jiawei wants the Martial Combat Token is because the Martial Combat Token can sense the location of the Lightning Divine Palace in this world. It was Zichen's first time hearing about the Martial War Order. He turned his head to look at Martial War Order Che Xiao. The latter nodded, indicating that what the Grand Sage said was true. So many outsiders invading this world just for the Thunder Divine Hall? Could it be that they all want to become gods? Zichen asked again. Whether or not the Thunder Divine Hall can help people become gods is just a legend. Other than becoming gods, in the eyes of the outsiders, the Thunder Divine Hall is a place of great opportunity. For the Thunder Divine Hall, they didn't hesitate to invade. When that time comes, it will be a true disaster for the Zhanwu continent. Yinzhong Grand Sage looked at Zichen and said seriously, you in the Heaven Realm is just the beginning. You only have the means to protect yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that the saints of this world all went to stop the outsiders from invading the passageway, you would have long been attacked by the saints of the outsiders. The saints of the outsiders will invade this world sooner or later. Therefore, it's better for you to leave as soon as possible. The saints of this world all went to stop the saints of the outsiders because of me. When Zichen heard this, he was shocked. It's not just for you. It's for the entire world. The saints can't be compared to the Heaven Realm. This is a realm that transcends. It's not easy for the saints of the outsiders to enter the Zhanwu continent that has complete laws. They need a special and stable passageway. This passageway must also avoid the detection of the laws of this world. The reason why you can't see any other saints in this world is because they all went to stop the saints of the outsiders from invading. This question answered the question that had been in Zichen's heart for a long time. Now, he finally knew where the Thunder Sage Beast and the others went. After explaining everything, Qing Feng and the other two left. Only Zichen and the Yinzhong Grand Sage were left in the room. Yinzhong Grand Sage's right hand knocked on the table and his left hand shot out a beam of energy, isolating the space. He looked at Zichen and said, actually, in the path of growth, you still have a shortcut that you can take. What shortcut? Looking at the mysterious Yinzhong Grand Sage, Zichen was startled and blurted out. That Yi Qian has an extraordinary background. And I can see that you helped her this time, so she has some feelings for you. Now that the two of you have matured, you're like ripe fruits on the tree. It's time to pick them. Once the two of you are together, you can enter the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. It will save you a lot of time. Yinzhong Grand Sage stared into Zichen's eyes and said with a bewitching tone. Could this be true? Zichen's eyes widened in shock. Yinzhong Grand Sage rolled his eyes and said, nonsense. Yang Wei spent so much effort to get her here. Do you think this is child's play? Let me tell you, I can guarantee this with my head. Once the two of you are together, as long as she sincerely helps you, you can enter the Saint Realm. What do you think? This is perhaps the only chance in your life that you will encounter. This might save you hundreds of years of time. Grand Sage Yinzhong's bewitching voice rang out again. Zichen furrowed his brows slightly and his expression changed. You don't have to worry about whether the little girl is willing or not. If she's not willing, she can't continue to stay here. Let me tell you, she's actually very happy to be with you. But, shouldn't this matter be consensual? Zichen said with some hesitation. You silly boy, are you an idiot? With such a great opportunity in front of you, do you still want to fall in love? This is an opportunity and also an opportunity. Of course, it's also a kind of transaction. Both of you won't lose out. Yinzhong Grand Sage's suggestion did move Zichen. And he was not stupid. He could vaguely guess why Yi Qian wanted to stay. But as Zichen said, this matter had to be consensual. It even had to be built on the basis of feelings. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was very silly. But, to live in this world, we should have our own rules and principles, and not be unscrupulous for some benefit. At this moment, one beautiful figure after another appeared in his mind. There was the gentle and lovely Su Mengyao, Lin Shui who was as pure as a green lotus, Shangguan Yu'er who was as ethereal as an immortal, Wang Xianer who was filled with sword intent. There was Dong Qing who silently sacrificed herself for him without asking for anything in return, Jin Qingcheng who was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation despite her disfigurement. There was Shangguan Hong, and many other beautiful faces. There was even Ji Yu who had once perished. Along the way, he met many women and let many of them down. A long time ago, his heart could no longer hold anyone else. Naturally, he could not let others down. Zi Chen, who was originally hesitant, disappeared as these faces appeared in his mind. Zi Chen's hesitation disappeared and his expression became firm again. If he really was with Yi Chen, he believed that the four women would understand him and still silently support him. They could forgive Zi Chen, but Zi Chen could not forgive himself. Although it is a pity to miss an opportunity to become a saint, if I, Zi Chen, want to become a saint, I must do it with my own strength. Yi Chen and I are friends, and we can only be friends. Zi Chen's eyes were firm and his words were bold. Good boy, you are indeed ambitious. Sensing the change in Zi Chen's emotions and hearing such bold words, the Yinzhong Grand Sage's face was filled with gratification. He said, "It is indeed difficult for you to become a saint, but compared to those fake heaven-defying cultivators, it is relatively easier. Furthermore, if you really choose to enter the saint plane this way, I have to say that it will have a great impact on your own potential. Also, it will have a great impact on that little girl. Originally, she could have gone further, but if you do this, she may stop at the saint plane. Is there such a thing?" Zi Chen was a little surprised. Chapter 2049. Regarding Yi Chen's matter, the great sage Yinzhong spoke very seriously. As for the previous bewitchment, it could be considered a small test of his temperament. I feel that you should step onto the Star Road as soon as possible. He strongly urged Zi Chen to leave quickly and not waste time. Stepping onto the Star Road, you will encounter many uncontrollable things. Remember to be careful. The great sage Yinzhong did not forget to remind him. It's a bit rushed to leave now. Before I leave, I have some matters to attend to, said Zi Chen. Matters to attend to. The great sage Yinzhong was startled at first. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "You have contributed a lot to this world, but this world has also nurtured you. So when you do things, you have to think carefully." Zi Chen naturally knew what the great sage Yinzhong was referring to. He nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing." "Right, I heard that you came from the Zhonwu continent." The great sage Yinzhong suddenly asked. Yes. Too many people knew about this, and it was no longer a secret. In this world, there are quite a few powers that are related to the Zhonwu continent. The invading foreign race's first step would be the Zhonwu continent, and their second step would be the Tianwu continent. That's because no one can be sure which continent the next lightning divine hall will appear on. As he spoke, the great sage Yinzhong frowned, as if he was thinking about something. His expression gradually became serious. What's wrong? Seeing the rare change in the great sage Yinzhong's expression, Zi Chen asked curiously. As the foundation of the world, the Tianwu continent has many secrets. I remember that there is a special star road in the Tianwu continent. A special star road? Yes. After the star road appeared, it has only been opened a few times. It is said that it is specially prepared for heaven-defying people. It is specially prepared for heaven-defying people. Could it be that no heaven-defying people have entered it before? There is only one true heaven-defying person, and this generation is you. It is said that the Star Road is very dangerous, but it has many benefits for heaven-defying people. If you're preparing to return to the martial heaven continent before you leave, then I suggest you go look for it. If you find that star path, you might be able to enter directly from there. However, that star path is very dangerous and very difficult. You have to consider it carefully. I will think about it. Dispelling the energy barrier, Zi Chen prepared to leave the room and head to the room next door, where Yi Chen lived. Right at this time, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Azure Peak walked in. Qing Feng, what's the matter? The two of them looked at Qing Feng. Zichen, great sage, it's time for us to leave. We need to go back and gather our forces. We're going to start the war against the outsiders. These are the spoils of war from before. As Qing Feng spoke, two items appeared in his hands. One of them was a spatial ball, which contained all of Zichen's gains. They were all obtained by Zichen. In Qing Feng's other hand, he held a palm-sized crystal that exuded an oppressive aura. This is. Looking at the crystal and sensing the saint aura within, Zichen frowned slightly. That's a saint crystal, little guy, where did you find it? Great Sage Yinzhong's voice came from behind. From the body of an assassin, said Qing Feng. This thing doesn't exist in the Zhonwu continent. Instead, it can be found in the endless starry sky. However, it's extremely rare. For the assassin to have this on him, I believe it was a reward from Ya Wei. He just didn't expect to die at your hands. Seeing that Zichen had no intention of taking it, Qing Feng said, this thing also has attributes. It's not compatible with me. After refining it, the chances of me breaking through are very low. Even if I give it to him, it won't be of any use. However, Great Sage Yinzhong changed the topic. He didn't say anything else. He just stared at the Saint Crystal, his expression somewhat embarrassed. This former great sage was now coveting something belonging to a junior. If news of this spread, it would damage his reputation. Zichen smiled faintly and decisively took the ball and the Saint Crystal. Then, he casually tossed the Saint Crystal to Great Sage Yinzhong. This thing was indeed useless to him. However, since the Great Sage showed that he wanted it, it was obviously of great use to him. He might even be able to become a saint again. Taking the Saint Crystal, even with Great Sage Yinzhong's composure, his eyes were filled with excitement. There was a knock on the door. Yi Qian's slightly nervous voice came from the room. Zichen pushed the door open and entered. When Yi Qian saw Zichen, she asked, Zichen, why are you here? Zichen looked at Yi Qian and said, I want to talk to you. Yi Qian, who didn't dare to look at Zichen, blushed when she heard this. She lowered her head and said, what do you want to talk about? Talk about your business. Why don't you invite me to sit down? Zichen smiled. Sit, sit. Yi Qian was a little flustered. After gesturing for Zichen to sit down, she sat opposite Zichen. Although she had already made up her mind, Zichen personally came to her door at this moment. This made Yi Qian's feelings become complicated. This complicated feeling was unreasonable and contradictory. She hoped that Zichen would take the initiative, but she also didn't want this to be a transaction. After sitting down, Yi Qian lowered her head and didn't say a word. Looking at the silent and depressed Yi Qian, Zichen was about to open his mouth and take the lead to break the silence. At this moment, Yi Qian suddenly raised her head and said, let me speak first. Zichen was startled, but after seeing Yi Qian's complicated expression, he nodded. Yi Qian didn't open her mouth. There was silence. Silence. There was another long silence. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull. Both of them didn't say a word. Zichen was a little confused, but Yi Qian's expression was constantly changing. Forget it, I'll say it myself. Although this is originally a transaction, if I take the initiative to mention it, I can still leave a beautiful memory in my heart. Yi Qian had already made up her mind. She didn't want this to be a simple transaction, so she had to take the initiative to mention it. This way, in her heart, there would still be room for her to fantasize about Zichen. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian looked at Zichen and said, I think we can start now. Start what? Zichen was startled again. The matter between you and me. Back then, when I made my choice, you won against Ku Wei, and you are the strongest. Now that I have made my choice, I can help you become a saint. When she said this, Yi Qian's tone was very calm and firm, and there was no room for refutation. This was completely a transaction. However, Zichen clearly saw a trace of indifference in the other party's eyes. Perhaps this trace of indifference was because Zichen had taken the initiative to look for Yi Qian. Although Yi Qian had already made up her mind, Zichen had come to her on his own accord. This caused her to feel somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. Become a saint, Yichen, you misunderstood my intentions. Zichen quickly understood the change in Yichen's mood and couldn't help but laugh. Misunderstanding. Yichen looked at Zichen. I'm here today to talk about you, but not about becoming a saint. Isn't that the same thing? Of course not. Zichen said seriously, I said before that this kind of thing can't be used as a transaction. Now, I still say the same thing. I, Zichen, don't need to take this kind of shortcut to become a saint. This time, I came because I heard some things about you, and I felt that it was necessary to tell you personally. What is it? Yichen asked curiously, but there was no doubt that warmth rose in her heart. Your physique is very special, and you have a magical ability. But what I want to say is that you don't need to make a choice. You just need to be yourself. You don't need to give this uniqueness to others. As long as you can successfully become a saint, then you, who have not made a choice, will explode with even greater potential. This was the first time Yichen had heard this. She was a little stunned and very touched. Ever since she knew that she had this ability, the people around her had been constantly told that they would have to make such a choice one day. Zichen was the first to tell her that there was no need to make a choice. I'm not lying to you. The Inzheng Great Saint told me that once you make a choice, it's the same as giving your potential to others. If you don't make a choice, your future will be limitless. Hearing Zichen's words, Yichen's eyes reddened, and an apologetic look appeared on her face. She knew that she had misunderstood Zichen. Because of your potential, it will be more difficult for you to become a saint. But I believe that you will be able to use your own strength to open the divine road. Yichen was very touched. Her eyes turned blurry as she looked at Zichen. Go to the Star Road. It should be helpful for you there. After saying what he wanted to say, Zichen stood up and walked towards the door. Opening the door, Zichen looked back at Yichen and said, By the way, in my heart, I've already seen you as a friend. Yichen nodded. She was a little choked up and could not say anything. I'm going to collect some interest. I won't see you off when I leave. We'll meet again if fate allows. The door closed and Zichen left. But Yichen could not hold it in any more. She lay on the table and cried. This was the grievance that had accumulated for many years. The pressure that had been in her heart for many years was finally released at this moment. She finally did not have to worry about making a choice. She did not have to consider who she would choose. She did not have to suppress her hesitation and helplessness in her heart anymore. She did not have to secretly cry because of fate when no one was around. After crying enough and tired, Yichen wiped away her tears. Looking at the closed door with her swollen eyes, she mumbled, Zichen, thank you. Actually, in my heart, I've already seen you as a friend. We'll meet again if fate allows. Yichen left this world. She did not return to her own world. Instead, she entered the deepest part of the first continent. All the heaven-defying cultivators did not dare to enter the Star Road from this world. This was because it was more difficult to enter the Star Road from here. But she stepped on it without hesitation. Without the trouble of making a choice, she wanted to fight for her future. In order to not be forced to make a choice in the future, she wanted to step on this so-called most dangerous Star Road. This would be her starting point. Yichen left. Zichen did not send her off, but he knew that she had left. Next, it was time for Zichen to move. He needed to collect some interest from this world that had once wronged him. For his first stop, Zichen chose the Thunder Clan. The reason he chose the Thunder Clan was because Zichen himself was a thunder martial artist. He had deep feelings for the Thunder Clan and was also searching for the Thunder Clan's roots. Of course, there was another reason that could not be ignored. Chapter 2050. In the era where saints did not appear, Zichen had undoubtedly stood at the peak of the world, becoming a peak heavenly realm expert that everyone revered, an invincible existence in the same realm. Possessing such strength was once a secret to him, but now it was no longer a secret. For example, after the war, Zichen did not have the qualifications to know where the other members of the Thunder Clan lived, because he did not have the strength to go there. Now, Zichen did. In the first continent, there was a sea of lightning. Only immortal sovereigns could pass through this sea of lightning. The Thunder Clan lived in this sea of lightning, and immortal sovereigns were the lowest standard to pass through. Thunder rumbled and lightning snakes swam. Zichen looked at the sea of lightning in front of him with mixed feelings. After so many years, he finally found the Thunder Clan. However, he was not as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he was very calm. Zichen stood outside the sea of lightning, looking ahead in a daze. He did not immediately enter. At this moment, the sea of lightning rolled, and lightning surged. A figure appeared from within. Seeing this middle-aged man, Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. This person was Lei Meng, who had helped Zichen in Misty City. More accurately, his name was Lei Meng. Back then, Lei Meng was an undying and indestructible paragon while Zichen was only a realm lord. Today, Zichen was already at the peak heavenly realm, and Raymond had also successfully stepped into the heavenly realm. When Lei Meng looked at Zichen this time, there wasn't much joy in his expression. There was only restraint and apprehension. "Brother Raymond, why are you here?" Looking at Raymond, Zichen gradually collected his thoughts, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. "It's me, I know why you're here." Raymond, who was nervous, smiled bitterly when he heard Zichen call him, but he also relaxed a lot. As long as Zichen still remembered old friendships, it was fine. "You know why I'm here?" Zichen was even more surprised. "You should be here because of what Lei Dong did, right?" "What I want to say is that Lei Dong did all of this as he pleased. It has nothing to do with the Thunder Clan. You have to believe that the Thunder Clan will not deliberately target you," Lei Meng said again. Hearing Raymond's words and seeing his expression change, Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he came to the Thunder Clan to look for Lei Dong and settle some personal grudges. Who would have thought that Lei Meng was actually worried that he would deal with the entire Thunder Clan? It seemed that when he had blocked the entrance of the Luo family for so long, he had indeed intimidated the forces of this world. Even Raymond, who was familiar with him, was so worried. While shaking his head and laughing, Zichen suddenly thought of a problem. His face gradually turned cold as he asked, "That Lei Dong, has he already run away?" "He made a trip back, and then left very quickly. It is said that he stepped onto the star path and left." Lei Meng's expression became increasingly bitter. This was exactly what he was worried about. Now that Lei Dong had escaped, Zichen's anger might be transferred to the Thunder Clan. And now, although the Thunder Clan had recovered some of their strength, they still didn't dare to go head-on against Zichen. "You are also a member of the Thunder Clan. Back then, I didn't tell you where the Thunder Clan was because your strength was too low. Come with me, we can go take a look at the Thunder Clan." Raymond turned and walked towards the Sea of Lightning, Zichen following behind him. Now, he was really bold. Even if he encountered a saint, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, he wasn't worried that Raymond would play any tricks. "Actually, I have always disagreed with Lei Dong taking action against you. Even many of the elders in the clan said that if the two of you joined forces, you would definitely be able to restore the prestige of the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, Lei Dong is the current clan leader, and this was personally appointed by the old ancestor. After the old ancestor left, I was forced to go into seclusion. Now that Lei Dong has left, I can come out." There was a lot of helplessness in Raymond's words. It wasn't only his own, but also the helplessness of the other members of the Thunder Clan. With Lei Dong's strength that wasn't weaker than a heaven-defying, he was definitely the strongest person in the Thunder Clan. Such a person naturally had the absolute right to speak in the Thunder Clan. But what Zichen cared about wasn't this, but the old ancestor that Raymond mentioned. Hence, he asked, "Is the old ancestor you are talking about the Thunder Sacred Beast?" Raymond's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to question Zichen's disrespect to the old ancestor. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's the old ancestor." Not only did he personally appoint Lei Dong as the clan leader, he also praised him for his extraordinary talent. Even in some aspects, he was even better than you, a heaven-defying. Hence, the old ancestor gave Lei Dong some pointers, which allowed Lei Dong to have a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. The Thunder Sacred Beast was known as the old ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Such an existence rarely praised others, but he actually praised Lei Dong, and even said that he was stronger than Zi Chen in some aspects. Clearly, Lei Dong was really extraordinary. Zi Chen caught the meaning of Raymond's words and said, "It's pointers, not imparting." Yes, Lei Dong's heavenly Tao was not imparted by the old ancestor. The old ancestor only gave him some pointers. As for where he got the heavenly Tao from, we don't know. As he spoke, Lei Meng glanced at Zi Chen with a strange expression. What's wrong? Back then, Lei Dong intended to leave the heavenly Tao behind. But this time, he suddenly returned and destroyed all the incomplete stone sculptures. Then, he left. It's said that he entered the Star Road. Zi Chen rubbed his nose and couldn't help but be startled. Clearly, before Lei Dong left, he had guessed that he would come. Fortunately, he destroyed the inheritance of the heavenly Tao forcefully. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the Sea of Lightning and entered the ThunderClan's spatial world. The moment they appeared, Zi Chen saw that there were quite a number of people standing in front of them. Most of the people from the ThunderClan had a violent temperament. However, when they stood here, their expressions were very cautious. This was especially so for some of the older generation figures. On the other hand, some of the younger ones revealed more curiosity in their eyes. Following the appearance of Zi Chen and Lei Meng, the old men leading the group immediately bowed respectfully and addressed them as Lord Zi Chen. "Seniors, Zi Chen is only a junior of the ThunderClan. How can I receive such respect?" Zi Chen quickly went forward and helped the old men up. He had feelings for the ThunderClan. The reason he came here this time was purely for Lei Dong. He had no intention of involving the ThunderClan. Zi Chen's attitude was surprisingly good. It was obviously different from the rumors. This surprised the old men. However, they were still careful and did not dare to consider themselves as seniors. Zi Chen could not help but snort coldly in his heart when he saw the expressions of the crowd. It must be because Lei Dong had said a lot of bad things about him in front of these seniors. Otherwise, they would not be so afraid of him based on the rumors in the outside world. "You're the heaven-defying Zi Chen? You're the one who chased the heaven-defying experts of the other races out? But, you don't have those devil horns on your head." Right at this moment, a very young voice rang out. Zi Chen looked over and saw a 7 to 8-year-old child from the ThunderClan. He tilted his head and looked curiously at Zi Chen. There was a puzzled expression on his young face. Beside him were several other children. They were also acting the same way. The smile on Zi Chen's face did not diminish. He looked at the children and asked, "Who told you that I have devil horns on my head?" "It was Uncle Lei Dong." "No, it was the clan chief. He said that you're the reincarnation of a devil. He said that you have devil horns on your head and a very savage appearance," said the child from earlier seriously. "He also said that you have a bloody mouth and a violent temperament. You kill people like flies." "Right, right." He also said that you're insatiably greedy. You steal everything and haven't seen the world. The group of very pure children did not feel the slightest bit of malice from Zi Chen. Furthermore, the smile on Zi Chen's face looked very kind. Thus, the children fought to open their mouths. They did not pay attention to the pale faces of the adults not far away. They were constantly winking at each other. The children are speaking nonsense. I hope Lord Zi Chen does not mind. Besides Zi Chen, an old man hurriedly spoke up. Children's words carry no harm. Why would I mind? Zi Chen lightly smiled. He was naturally not angry, but he was a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had not hesitated to collude with the devil race for the position of clan chief would actually change his character here. Although the evaluation of him was malicious and slanderous, it was not difficult to hear that Lei Dong was really good to them from the words of these children. "This guy. Looks like the next time we meet, I'll have to let him die a more miserable death." The smile on Zi Chen's face did not diminish, but in his heart, he secretly increased Lei Dong's punishment because of this false slander. Zi Chen listened with interest as the children described him. The others did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from Zi Chen. They more or less breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Without the fear from before, when the crowd looked at Zi Chen again, there was an additional trace of curiosity on their faces. I've already said that Zi Chen is a person of loyalty. It's a pity that none of you believe me. Let me ask you, if he was really as bad as Lei Dong said, and would do anything to achieve his goals, why would he fight to the death for his beloved? Why would so many of his companions be willing to die with him? Even the ancestor was willing to help him. Looking at Zi Chen sitting with the group of children, Lei Meng softly said. The group of elders nodded, a rare look of shame appearing on their faces. After a short period of interaction, the real Zi Chen was undoubtedly worlds apart from the Zi Chen described by Lei Dong. For a moment, the crowd had their own opinions about Lei Dong. Staying with the innocent children, Zi Chen's state of mind seemed to have become pure. Under the shocked expressions of the elders, after giving the little fellows some toys, Zi Chen began to tour the entire Lei clan under Lei Meng's lead. As they continued forward, Lei Meng was clearly much more relaxed, and he was able to talk cheerfully. That was the place where Lei Dong was going to leave the heavenly path technique. It's now completely destroyed. There was a rare trace of disappointment in his voice. Zi Chen walked forward. There was a huge mountain wall there. The wall was made of a unique thunderbolt stone. There were some patterns carved on the surface of the thunderbolt stone. However, these patterns were now completely destroyed, and the entire mountain wall was in pieces. Chapter 2051. Lei Meng's meaning wasn't difficult to understand. The so-called demonstration was also teaching. Although Zi Chen coveted Lei Dong's thunderbolt seal, he shook his head without any hesitation. No need. I believe that one day, Lei Dong will give it to me with both hands. Lei Meng smiled but didn't say anything. This was a grudge between Zi Chen and Lei Dong. As long as it didn't involve the clan, everything was fine. Buzz. At this moment, the light in front suddenly trembled. A thunderbolt emerged from a thunderbolt stone. This light turned into Lei Dong's appearance. He stared at Zi Chen with a cold expression and sneered, "Zi Chen, you're too late. If you want to snatch my things, come to the Star Road. However, you better come early. If you're late, I will have entered the Saint Realm." After saying that, the thunderbolt light dissipated. Lei Meng was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a scene. Zi Chen replied indifferently, "I will go, but you better not die." The entire Lei clan's attitude towards Zi Chen was pure fear. They didn't hate him too much. After knowing that Zi Chen had no intention to target the clan, they were happy to have such a world's strongest person in the Lei clan. Lei Meng brought Zi Chen to tour the Lei clan. During this period, they included some forbidden and secret places. They didn't hide anything from Zi Chen. With Zi Chen's current strength and vision, there really wasn't anything in the Lei clan that could catch his eye. Even if he wanted something, Zi Chen couldn't pull down his face and ask for it from the Lei clan. According to Lei Meng, after the war, the Lei clan had been recuperating. Now, they were gradually improving. Although they were still a little weaker compared to the Five Elements family, they were still considered a reputable force in the Zhonwu continent. During this period, Lei Meng deliberately mentioned the possible war between the foreign races. Zi Chen wasn't interested in this and just asked Lei Meng to act according to his ability. After gaining a rough understanding of the Lightning Clan, Zi Chen prepared to leave. When the elders heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt a little regretful. If such a great expert from the Thunder Tribe were to take charge of the Thunder Tribe, none of the invading foreign races would dare to step foot into this place. Zi Chen tactfully rejected everyone's good intentions, saying that he had more important things to do. According to the great sage Yin Zhong, Zi Chen had to step onto the star path as soon as possible, and there was no time to lose. Moreover, with Lei Dong as an example, Zi Chen was also worried that the others would run away. Therefore, he had to increase his speed. "Is there a path to the martial heaven continent here?" asked Zi Chen before leaving. "There is. It's a very ancient passage." As a heaven realm expert, Raymond was naturally one of the Thunder Clan's upper echelons. Thus, he knew of this secret. Zi Chen nodded and didn't say anything. After leaving the Thunder Clan, Zi Chen's second stop was the Everlasting Sect. While dealing with his personal grudges, He had to find those old fellows from back then to settle old debts. Arriving outside the chaotic spacetime of the everlasting sect, Chen began to travel through the chaotic spacetime according to his memories. The chaotic spacetime was a threat to even Heaven Realm experts. Thus, this place was the same as before. Chen easily found the path forward and smoothly entered the everlasting sect. According to his memory, Chen would be the first to arrive at a space. In this space, there were a few wooden houses. Inside these wooden houses, there were special guards. When he stepped out, the space was still there, but the wooden houses had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had arrived in a deathly still space. There was no life in the surroundings. With Chen's current spiritual senses, he could naturally see what was going on. Compared to back then, there was an additional grand formation here. However, he didn't know if this grand formation was to guard against him or the foreign races. Regardless, it was more likely to be to guard against him. Boom! Energy surged around him. Chen stepped down, and the entire space trembled. At the same time, Chen punched out, and the space began to distort. As soon as Chen appeared, he was sensed by the people outside the formation. Seeing that Chen had broken the formation as soon as he entered, the Heaven Realm expert who was in charge of guarding the grand formation changed his expression. He immediately said, "Hurry up and inform Elder Rain." At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands. Energy ripples appeared from his fingertips, surging towards the grand formation in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the grand formation. Then, there was a cracking sound. One of the layers of the grand formation had been broken. So fast. The Heaven Realm expert's expression changed immediately. He forcibly suppressed the grand formation, causing his internal organs to churn. The seal changed again, and the second formation appeared. Boom! At this moment, the grand formation shook again. In the grand formation, Chen's body shone with golden light. He broke the blades one by one and broke through the second grand formation. Damn it! Didn't Qiu Zhengji say that this was the tripartite sky formation that he had paid a great price to get? It can even trap a saint for a while. Why is it not working? After two formations were broken in succession, the Heaven Realm expert cursed angrily. He could no longer hold it in and began coughing up blood. After suffering such a backlash, he could no longer use the third formation control method. Boom! There was another huge tremor. Chen, shining with golden light, rushed out of the grand formation. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. As soon as he appeared, he saw the Heaven Realm expert who was forming a seal. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chen's body flashed. "Don't kill me. I'm breaking the formation." The Heaven Realm expert only felt his vision blur. He knew that something was wrong and immediately shouted. He was afraid that he would die in Chen's hands if he was a little slower. A breeze blew. Chen's figure appeared in front of him. He looked at him coldly and asked, "What did you say?" Seeing Chen in front of him, the Heaven Realm expert's face was covered in cold sweat. He didn't see Chen's movements at all. He didn't even feel the slightest sense of danger. The reason why he shouted was actually a kind of instinct. However, it was precisely this instinct that saved him. I'm breaking the formation, but not as fast as you." The Heaven Realm expert's words were trembling, but he felt very helpless. He had the method to break the formation, and he had been waiting here for Chen to come and denounce him. Then, he would take the initiative to break the formation to show his goodwill. But he hadn't expected that his speed would be far slower than Chen's. Seeing the murderous intent in Chen's eyes that didn't weaken at all, the Heaven Realm expert was terrified. It should be known that Chen could kill heaven-defying realm experts like chickens. He could kill someone like him in the time it would take him to move his hand. He shouted again based on instinct, "I'm Elder Rain's man. Don't misunderstand." Elder Rain was the only Heaven Realm elder who stood by Chen's side in the past. The cold murderous intent in Chen's eyes gradually disappeared. At that moment, there was a flash of light. Multiple Heaven Realm auras appeared in front of him. The person in the lead was the former Elder Rain. "Elder Rain, Save me. After seeing Elder Rain, this was the third time the Heaven Realm expert had called out to him. What's going on? Elder Rain walked up and looked at the Heaven Realm expert with dissatisfaction. The Heaven Realm expert said bitterly, I'm not as fast as him. The other Heaven Realm experts who came with Elder Rain were stunned when they heard that. Then, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They wanted to show their goodwill, but they didn't expect their plan to backfire. Their speed couldn't be compared to Zichen's. From this, it could be seen how powerful Zichen was. Zichen, don't misunderstand. This formation was left behind by Qiu Zhengji. It'll be troublesome to remove it. Plus, in my opinion, it's also a layer of assurance. That's why I left it behind. Elder Rain apologized to Zichen. At the same time, the Heaven Realm experts behind Elder Rain were also sizing up Zichen. The scene of Zichen leaving was still fresh in their minds. At that time, if it wasn't for Lady Qing Enyu's backup plan, Zichen would have died here forever. They didn't expect him to be the strongest Heaven Realm expert on the Zhonwu continent. Hearing the meaning behind Elder Rain's words, Zichen was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, so that old man is no longer in the Wuji sect. Hearing Zichen's blunt words, Elder Rain shook his head and said, he left as soon as he came back. Not only did he leave, but all the Heaven Realm experts who attacked you also left. Seeing that Zichen's face still didn't relax, Elder Rain said seriously, not a single one left. Even the fake Heaven left. The current Zichen was no longer the fake Heaven from before. Ever since the news of him guarding the Luo family for 2 months spread, all the factions knew that Zichen was a vengeful person. It was impossible to live comfortably after offending Zichen. Zichen had made up his mind this time. He had to kill that old man. Back then, he said that he wanted the Universe Origin Cauldron to fight against the foreign invaders. In the end, when the foreign invaders invaded, that old man was the first to collude with them. He even told Yang Wei everything about him. This old man had to die. Where did they go? Zichen asked in a low voice. Obviously, he wasn't going to let this go. I don't know. They left in a hurry. They wanted to take some things by force. Unfortunately, we stopped them. Zichen nodded. The coldness on his face disappeared, and his expression softened. The main character had left. He couldn't vent his anger on these innocent people. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Zichen's expression had softened. Is the transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent still there? Asked Zichen with a relaxed expression. It's no longer there. You destroyed it back then, replied Elder Rain. Zichen was still worried, so he had Elder Rain take him to the transportation formation to check. It was indeed completely destroyed. There was no way to repair it. From this, it could be seen how wise Qing Enyu was. It was all thanks to Qing Enyu's help that he had been able to return to the Martial Heaven continent. Zichen naturally wouldn't forget Qing Enyu's request. He was about to step onto the star path, so he had given the method to activate the Grand Formation to Elder Yu. Elder Rain was very grateful for this. At the same time, Zichen took out a few heavenly weapons and gave them to Elder Rain. This was his way of repaying Qing Enyu for taking care of him and Lin Shui. Zichen didn't stay in the Boundless sect for long. He went to 2 clans and ran. Zichen believed that the 5 Elements clan had run away as well. After nervously sending off Zichen, the Boundless sect's cultivators finally relaxed. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Because of Qiu Zhengji's actions, he had completely offended Zichen. As a result, the Boundless sect had lost Zichen's protection. After Zichen left the Boundless sect, before he even reached the 2nd continent, news about the 5 Elements clan spread. The 5 Elements clan had already stepped onto the star path. This news was clearly something the 5 Elements clan could release. Chapter 2052. Zichen was not surprised that the 5 Elements had run away. Even Lei Dong, who wanted to kill him, had run away, let alone the 5 Elements. Moreover, in this world, there were no more opportunities that the 5 Elements were interested in. They could only step onto the star path to find opportunities to break through the divine path. Perhaps under normal circumstances, the 5 Elements would consider it carefully, but because of Zi Chen's existence, the five elements had no choice but to leave decisively in the face of such strong pressure. He's gone, but the family is still there. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. This was Zi Chen's third visit to the second mainland. His goal was clear: to go to the five elements family. Zi Chen was now a celebrity in the entire Jianwu continent. Whether it was the foreign tribes or the native forces, they were all paying attention to Zi Chen's every move. Everywhere Zi Chen passed, all the Xeno race experts would avoid him as they were deeply afraid of offending this god of slaughter. It seemed that because of Zi Chen's appearance, the foreign tribes did not immediately start a new war after all the heaven-defying cultivators left. While Zi Chen was on his way to the five-element clan, the five patriarchs of the five-element clan who were out rushed back to the clan as quickly as possible. Family head, we've received accurate news that Zi Chen is on his way. Should we activate the formation? A Heaven Realm cultivator asked after the five family heads returned. Although the Five Elements family was one of the five great families, they were collectively known as the Five Elements family. When combined, they were a superpower. Among them, the Jin family seemed to be the leader. The five family heads who had just returned did not look too good. After hearing the Heaven Realm cultivator's words, they waved their hands and said, "There's no need to activate the formation. Just carry on as usual." Hearing the Jin family head's words, the other family heads did not object. The Heaven Realm cultivator hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He did not continue asking and turned to leave. "I hope you can do it," the Jin family head muttered as he looked into the distance on the city wall. As Zi Chen advanced, he saw two people at the edge of the second mainland. These two people did not block Zi Chen's path. With Zi Chen's current level, no one dared to stop him. Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen appear, one of the two suddenly spoke. Zi Chen, who had originally thought that they were just passers-by, turned his head to look at them. They were two old men, and based on the aura they exuded, they were both in Heaven Realm. Originally, it was not easy for Zi Chen to meet a Heaven Realm expert, but with the arrival of the Great Era, the number of Heaven Realm experts gradually increased, but it was not to the point where they could be found everywhere. And the reason Zi Chen could see so many heavenly realms was because he had the qualifications and strength. As for those fake heavenly realms, they didn't dare to use such a tone to address Zi Chen, let alone stand there and chat with Zi Chen. Of course, Zi Chen's friends were exceptions. "You are," Zi Chen stopped and looked at the two of them as he asked in confusion. "This old man is Shu Dong. Greetings, little friend Zi Chen. This is an old friend of mine. This time around, we've specially accompanied this old man to meet you." Shu Dong cupped his fists towards Zi Chen and smiled faintly. The old man beside him nodded his head towards Zi Chen kindly. "Seniors, are you looking for me for something?" Zi Chen asked courteously. He could sense that the aura around the two of them was much stronger and more solid than that of ordinary Heaven Realm experts. The reason for this was because the two of them had already stepped into the Heaven Realm before the arrival of the Great Era. To be able to step into the Heaven Realm at that time was undoubtedly an incredible existence. Hey, Shu family? Could it be that Shu family from the first mainland that's on par with the Rock and Dragon race? Without waiting for Shu Dong to speak, Zi Chen asked in surprise. "I wouldn't dare to be on par with them. It's that Shu family. This old man is the head of the Shu family." The old man smiled humbly. Zi Chen was clearly surprised. He knew of this family from Qing Feng. This family was one of the few families in the first mainland that did not ally with the foreign races. They usually kept a low profile. During this period of time, they had also broken out in several wars with the foreign races. There were quite a number of powerful beings in the family. Back then, when Qing Feng mentioned the Shu family, his face was filled with admiration. Towards a family like this, Zi Chen was also filled with admiration. "Zi Chen, are you going to the Five Elements family?" After a simple introduction, Shu Dong asked directly. Zi Chen nodded his head and said, "That's right. Senior, could it be that you're here today to persuade me to return?" Shu Dong laughed out loud when he heard this. Shaking his head, he said, "The Five Elements family does indeed have such intentions. Furthermore, they've given me quite a number of benefits. However, I'm not here to stop you. Zi Chen was taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect the family head to so straightforwardly state his intentions. Moreover, he had even revealed the tricks involved. Then what is Senior's purpose for coming here? Asked Zi Chen. I won't stop you from going to the Five Elements family. However, I hope that you can consider the bigger picture, Zi Chen. Now that all the Heaven Defiers have left, the war with the foreign races will soon erupt. Under such circumstances, no faction can remain unscathed. As for the so-called alliance, it has automatically disbanded after Qi Wei left. The invasion of the foreign races will be large-scale and spread throughout this world. Even the most reclusive families will have connections with the outside world and have their own industries and resources. Unless these families can abandon all their industries and hide in their own miniature worlds, they will have to participate in the war. The Five Elements aristocratic family is the dominator of the second continent. They occupy a huge area and have countless properties. This time, facing the invasion of the non-human kind, if this family wants to survive, they have to defend the second continent. In fact, when the non-human kind invaded, this family played a big role. Seeing the frown on Zi Chen's face, Xu Dong chuckled and said, "All right, this old man is old and naggy. Now that I've finished speaking, please go ahead, Zi Chen." Zi Chen looked at Xu Dong and nodded at him before heading straight for the second continent. Let's see what he'll do. Will he destroy the Five Elements family? Said the old man who had been silent as he watched Zi Chen's disappearing figure. Zi Chen doesn't have any killing intent. Even if we didn't appear, he wouldn't really go and slaughter the Five Elements family. Xu Dong looked at Zi Chen's disappearing figure and said, moreover, the rumors about Zi Chen's temperament can't be trusted. The fact that Zi Chen is still alive is enough to prove that there's nothing wrong with his temperament. You should know that when a heaven-defying cultivator appears, the first ones to test him are the saints of this world. If his temperament is really as the rumors say, he would have been destroyed by those saints long ago. But he really did go to the Luo family back then. That was just to reduce trouble. It was just a scare. In the end, he didn't do anything. You should know my talent. I didn't sense any killing intent from Zi Chen. I believe that he didn't go there to kill. This time, the Five Elements family miscalculated. I'm afraid they'll have to pay a huge price. Saying that, Xu Dong laughed and headed straight for the first mainland. His mission had been completed. He believed that the reward promised by the Five Elements family would be delivered to the Xu family soon. He only came out to say a few words to Zi Chen, and he was already rewarded handsomely. This was a very good deal. When he was still some distance away from the Five Elements family, Zi Chen stopped because he saw other people. This time, Zi Chen didn't simply think that these 6 Heaven Realm experts were just passing by. He knew all 6 of them. The 6 of them were the patriarchs of the Rock and Dragon clans. They were the Dark Rock, Golden Rock, Black Dragon, and Rebel Dragon. Zi Chen stopped when he saw the 6 of them. He looked at them and asked, "Are you guys here to persuade me as well?" Zi Chen's straightforwardness made the 2 patriarchs, who were prepared to speak, not know what to say next. Black Dragon smiled and said, "Half and half." Zi Chen looked at Black Dragon. "This time, we hope that you can let the Five Elements family off for the time being. If you really want to pursue the matter, wait until the war is over. Since the invasion of the foreign races, there has been almost no internal strife between the forces of the Zhonwu continent." After a pause, Black Dragon looked at Zi Chen and said, "Of course, except for you." When the foreign races invaded, Zi Chen was ordered to come to the Zhonwu continent to fight against the foreign races. However, this world had always been full of malice to Zi Chen. While Zi Chen had to face the foreign races' heaven-defying experts, he also had to be wary of the Zhonwu continent's geniuses. This is only our hope. The final decision is still in your hands. As for why we're here, we're actually here to say our goodbyes and express our apologies. Black Dragon's so-called apology referred to the matter of choosing to remain neutral in the face of the foreign races. However, at that time, the 2 of them had also been observing. Zi Chen believed that if that incident had not happened, the 2 of them would have stood on the side of the Zhonwu continent. Reality proved that the 2 of them had stopped Lei Dong from killing Qing Feng. Although Ye Wei wanted to use Qing Feng, they had also protected Qing Feng. Goodbye. Where are you going? Zi Chen did not blame the two of them for the previous incident, so he did not mind. And Peng and I are going to step onto the star path to see if we have the opportunity to break through the holy road. 5 Elements and Lei Dong left early because they have saint crystals. The chances of them becoming saints are very high. I think you should enter the star path as soon as possible. Moreover, this world's star path is known as the most dangerous one. This is also the reason why those heaven-defying experts are unwilling to enter the star path from here. And Peng and I also have saint crystals. It's the reward Ye Wei gave us last time. He took the half-shield. Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng will stay behind and prepare to fight against the foreign races. Hearing Black Dragon's words, Zi Chen nodded. After saying goodbye, he went to the 5 Elements clan again. His path ahead was not obstructed at all. During this time, Zi Chen did not talk to the 2 clan leaders. He only said a few words to Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng. Compared to the 2 tactful clan leaders, Zi Chen preferred Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng's personalities. They arrived at the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Zi Chen could see the city from afar. Unlike the last time, Zi Chen headed straight for the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Chapter 2053. Zi Chen arrived outside the 5 Elements city and raised his head to look at the floating city. Around the city, 5-colored light circulated. The city gates were completely open, but no cultivators entered or exited. All the array formations had been shut down, including the 5 Elements Great Array. Zi Chen looked ahead and listened to the panicked voices coming from the city. He mocked, have they completely lost their resistance? At this moment, figures appeared at the city gate. There were 20 people, led by the 5 family heads, followed by the Heaven Realm cultivators. Just as they said earlier, the fake Heaven Realm cultivators were not qualified to stand beside Zi Chen. I didn't know Zi Chen was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The 5 family heads came, and the Jin family head spoke. They all cupped their fists and bowed, as if they were welcoming an important figure. Please enter the city for a chat. The crowd parted, and the Jin family head bowed and said. His attitude was somewhat humble, but he did not mention any grudges. Do you know why I'm here? Zi Chen asked in a deep voice. The expressions of all the Heaven Realm cultivators, including the 5 family heads, changed. The Jin family head's expression was not natural, but he still nodded and said sincerely, we know. If we do something wrong, we must be punished. Today, Zi Chen, you have the final say in how you want to punish us. The other 4 family heads nodded one after another, all showing an excellent attitude of admitting their mistakes. Zi Chen's expression was indifferent as he walked forward. The current him was no longer afraid of the 5 Elements Great Formation. He believed that the 5 Elements family did not have the courage to use the strength of their entire family to fight him to the death. When he walked into the city, the chaotic scene in the city had already disappeared. It was obvious that it had been forcefully suppressed. Then, Zi Chen was led by the 5 family heads to the highest meeting hall of the 5 Elements family. These Heaven Realm cultivators followed behind Zi Chen expressionlessly, but they felt too much pressure in their hearts. Zi Chen, who could easily become a heaven-defying cultivator, was like a peerless, ferocious beast. And they were so close to such a ferocious beast. If they were not careful, they might be slaughtered. Naturally, they were terrified. As they moved forward, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of many Heaven Realm experts. Zi Chen sat at the head, and the head of the Jin family sat beside him. He once more cupped his fists and said, Zi Chen, we have to admit that the 5 Elements were in the wrong. However, ever since Saint Rosefinch came last time, our enmity has been resolved, and we haven't taken the initiative to cause any more trouble. Instead, it was you, Zi Chen, who stole the 5 pages of the heavenly book in the martial heaven continent that shook our foundation. You're blaming me now. Zi Chen frowned as a chill surged through his body. We wouldn't dare. We only want to say that the matter this time is not directly related to the 5 Elements family. If you truly want an explanation, us 5 old guys are willing to take the blame. If you want to kill us or torture us, do as you please. Zi Chen looked at the head of the Jin family. His expression was still indifferent. His words seemed very sincere, but in reality, there was a hidden meaning behind them. For example, when the head of the Jin family brought up the 5 pages of the heavenly book again, his meaning was that they wouldn't pursue the matter of the heavenly book anymore. Furthermore, Zi Chen was indeed in the wrong in that matter. If possible, we can also give you some compensation as long as you mention it. Looking at the frowning Zi Chen, the head of the Jin family said once more. The enmity between Zi Chen and the 5 Elements family had existed for a long time. Just the enmity between them had been resolved countless times. However, it had always involved benefits. If one were to count them one by one, although the 5 Elements family was in the wrong, they were still very sullen. It seemed that they hadn't gained any advantage in this enmity. The most disastrous loss was naturally the loss of the 5 pages of the heavenly book. That had practically damaged the foundation of the 5 Elements family. Putting aside their previous enmity, this time, the 5 Elements family's attitude was extremely good. They seemed to have guessed Zi Chen's nature and didn't push all the blame onto the 5 Elements family. They expressed that they were willing to take responsibility. After pondering for a moment, Zi Chen said, "Forget about the compensation. As for the 5 of you, you can stay behind and command your clans to fight against the outsiders." Hearing Zi Chen's words, the Heavenly Realm experts all sighed in relief. However, just at this moment, Zi Chen's tone changed. However, that one word made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. They all knew that most of the things that came after wouldn't be good. However, you have to promise me one thing. Just one thing. Everyone was stunned. As long as Zi Chen didn't pursue the matter, let alone one thing, even 10 things wouldn't be a problem. Sweeping his gaze over the Heavenly Realm experts, Zi Chen said, "This matter is to destroy the transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent." What? Destroy the transportation formation? The 5 Elements family's transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent had been constructed at an enormous price. Once the 5 Elements family was in danger, they would be able to quickly send reinforcements. For example, when Zi Chen had stolen the 5 pages of the heavenly book, the 5 Elements family had sent reinforcements. Although they hadn't been able to take back the heavenly book in the end, they had been able to quickly send reinforcements. A war can break out at any time. I don't want the flames of war to spread to the Martial Heaven continent, so this transportation formation must be destroyed. Zi Chen's words were cold and resolute. The 5 family heads exchanged a glance, clearly troubled. Destroying the transportation formation was cutting off one of their paths of retreat. They would lose their connection to the Martial Heaven continent. That would be a huge loss. However, after considering the current situation, the 5 family heads nodded their heads in agreement after weighing the pros and cons. Under Zi Chen's request, the 5 Heavenly Realm experts brought Zi Chen to the 5 transportation formations in the 5 Elements city. As expected, Zi Chen hadn't started a massacre in the city. Many of the cultivators in the city were curiously sizing up Zi Chen. This is the transportation formation to the Jin family. The head of the Jin family pointed at the heavily guarded building in front of them. Such a place naturally had many experts guarding it. This was the Jin family's escape route. Under the Jin family head's lead, Zi Chen walked into the building. At the center of the building, he saw the transportation formation emitting golden light. Zi Chen went to the transportation formation and released his spiritual sense to investigate it. Then he activated a powerful energy that poured into the transportation formation. Under the influx of berserk energy, the transportation formation began to distort crazily. Waves of berserk energy wreaked havoc. In the end, the transportation formation exploded. The transportation formation was completely destroyed. Following the collapse of the transportation formation, the space above the Jin family on the Martial Heaven continent also began to distort violently. Following that, an explosion rang out in the sky. It was a spatial node that had exploded. A golden energy ripple spread out. The berserk energy surging above the city caused the expressions of the cultivators in the city to change. They raised their heads to look at the sky, mistakenly thinking that they had been attacked. The transportation formation disappeared. Could it be that something has happened to the family? Hurry up and send a message to ask. It couldn't be that the foreign races have invaded and attacked the family, right? Following the disappearance of the spatial node, the entire city fell into chaos. Following that, the same thing happened in the other 4 cities. However, in this short period of time, they already knew what had happened. They no longer panicked. Zichen actually became the world's #1 heavenly realm expert. It seems that we need to have a good relationship with the everlasting sect. News of what had happened on the martial heaven continent quickly spread to the 5-element aristocratic families. Zichen had personally destroyed the 5 transportation formations of the 5-element aristocratic families. That was the main reason he had come to the martial heaven continent. He had too many things to worry about in the martial heaven continent. Before he stepped onto the star path, he needed to make some guarantees for the continent. Other than that, Zichen also asked the 5 families which powers possessed a transportation formation to the martial heaven continent. Following that, the 5-element aristocratic families told 2 families. One of them was the sword sect. That surprised Zichen. Thus, Zichen left the 2nd continent, preparing to go to the 4th continent's sword sect. The 5 family heads personally sent Zichen off. They even escorted him all the way to the border of the 2nd continent. Only when they saw Zichen's figure disappear did they relax. The 5-element aristocratic families had passed this calamity. News of Zichen going to the 3rd continent quickly spread. During that time, the Luo family's reaction was the most intense. They immediately summoned all their experts back to the city, afraid that Zichen's target was them. However, that worry was unnecessary. Zichen didn't go to the Luo family. Instead, he used a transportation formation to go to the border city of the 3rd continent and directly went to the 4th continent. The 4th continent, the sword sect. According to his master, Qing Cheng would be coming out of seclusion in a few days. Jian Na had been waiting for her in seclusion. At the same time, he held an ice lotus in his hand. He had found it in the 10,000-year-old ice. It was extremely beautiful. He was planning to give it to Jin Qingcheng. It indicated that she had the cold temperament of an ice lotus. When he thought of Qingcheng, his heart burned with passion. His eyes were filled with adoration. However, he soon thought of Zichen. Although he had become the #1 expert, Jian Na still looked down on him. That kind of character was too bad. So what if he became the #1 expert in the world? Because of Zichen, Jian Na looked down on those 2 in the sect. Those 2 fellows were Zichen's friends, so they definitely wouldn't be any better. And because of him, the other people in the sect didn't have a friendly attitude towards Man Shu and Wu Xie. The tightly shut stone door opened with a creak. The aura of a heavenly realm expert spread out. Jian Na's heart was filled with excitement as he stared at the front. He saw 2 figures walking out of the stone room hand in hand. Qing Teng. Looking at the tall and perfect Jin Qingcheng with a few scars on her face, Jian Na couldn't help but call out. "It's you, Jian Na. Why are you here?" Jin Qingcheng looked at Jian Na outside, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. "Master said that you would be coming out of seclusion in a few days, so I have been waiting here. This is an ice lotus that I personally picked. It's for you." While speaking, Jian Na handed the ice lotus over. "Jian Na, aren't you a little too stingy? Why did you only give it to Qingcheng?" Dong Qing couldn't help but tease. "There's only one here. Besides, didn't you ask someone to give it to her?" Jian Na's tone was a little unfriendly. The 2 of them weren't angry at Jian Na's attitude because they knew why Jian Na was angry. "Oh right, how is Zichen now?" Dong Qing purposely asked. "He's dead." Jian Na replied unhappily. Chapter 2054. The aura that surged between heaven and earth was abnormally huge and terrifying. When Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing sensed it, their faces revealed surprise and joy. The 2 of them were too familiar with this aura. The 2 of them raised their heads and stared at the sky, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jian Na did not understand what was going on. When he sensed this aura, his expression immediately changed. He could sense how terrifying this aura was. The aura between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. Rays of powerful light soared into the sky and turned into experts of the sword sect. Their expressions revealed vigilance and fear as they looked into the distance. On the horizon, a figure was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. It was a young figure wearing a black robe. He had a face that all the cultivators in the world recognized. There were many versions of the legend about this figure, and it was being spread every day. Zi Chen. It's Zi Chen. Why is he here? Zi Chen just chased away the foreign race's heaven-defying expert. Why is he here in our sword sect? Be on guard. Zi Chen is here. Everyone, be on guard. Zi Chen's arrival caused the expressions of these newly advanced heaven realm cultivators to change drastically. Their expressions became extremely solemn and nervous. Zi Chen, you're here. A burst of hearty laughter resounded in the sky as an aged voice soared into the sky. Ancestor. As the old man soared into the sky, many heaven realm cultivators shouted in unison. Master. Below, Jian Na also cried out loudly. His expression became extremely unsightly. Although he did not like Zi Chen, the latter was indeed very strong. He was afraid that Zi Chen was here to cause trouble. Everyone, don't panic. Zi Chen is a friend of the sword sect. The heaven realm elder waved his hand and comforted the sword sect cultivators with his aged voice. Zi Chen greets senior. Zi Chen's polite voice sounded from afar. With regards to Zi Chen's reputation, the older generation experts of the sword sect naturally understood his difficulties. Therefore, they did not pay too much attention to the rumors in the outside world. Immediately after, the heaven realm experts that Zi Chen had seen before rose into the air. These were all seniors, and they all had smiles on their faces as if they were welcoming Zi Chen back. When the new cultivators saw that a senior who never commented on Zi Chen in front of others was actually so familiar with Zi Chen, they were all very puzzled. On the other hand, Zi Chen responded to everyone one by one. He didn't look like the ungrateful, murderous person that was rumored to be. The people of the younger generation were clearly unable to understand the scene before them. They stood there in a daze. Zi Chen, you're finally here. A voice of pleasant surprise rang out from below. This voice was very loud, and it suddenly exploded like thunder. It spread throughout the entire sword sect. Even the cultivators who originally didn't know that Zi Chen had come to the sword sect would know that Zi Chen had come after hearing this voice. Looking towards the direction of the voice, two figures turned into two streaks of light and shot into the sky somewhere in the sword sect, heading straight for Zi Chen. One of them was tall, and his muscles were as firm as steel. His rough expression was filled with pleasant surprise. As for the other person, he had strange vertical pupils. He looked very strange. However, at that moment, the two of them had excited and joyous expressions on their faces. Manshu, Wu Xie. When he saw the two of them, Zi Chen had a face of surprise. He never thought that he would actually be able to meet the two of them here. The two of them stepped forward and gave Zi Chen a bear hug. Manshu said in a muffled voice, "I thought you didn't recognize us anymore." Manshu was still thinking about the matter of Zi Chen ignoring him last time. "I almost couldn't recognize you." Zi Chen laughed loudly and also joked. Back then, he was worried that the heaven-defying cultivators would attack his companions. Now that all the heaven-defying cultivators had left, Manshu and the others had all broken through to the heaven realm. Even if they faced the foreign races, they would have the strength to protect themselves. At this moment, Zi Chen felt a strange gaze coming from below. He lowered his head and saw Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing. The two of them looked up at the sky. When they saw Zi Chen and the other two, their faces were filled with excitement and joy. "Hey, I didn't expect the two of them to come out of seclusion as well," Manshu exclaimed in surprise. Speaking of which, after the two of them obtained the heavenly weapon, they had headed straight to the sword sect. Unfortunately, the two women were in closed-door cultivation, so the sword sect's elders had explained why Zi Chen didn't recognize them, and at the same time, invited them to stay. Thus, the two of them stayed here and broke through to the heaven realm one after another. Because the two women had not come out of seclusion, they had been waiting here. Who would have thought that Zi Chen would come? Beside the two women, Chen also saw the young man from back then. Speaking of which, the reason why his bad reputation spread so quickly was because of this young man. At this moment, the young man was holding an ice lotus in his hand. It seemed that he was going to give it to Jin Qingcheng. The other party was looking up at Chen. As their gazes met, the young man felt thunder rumble in his sea of consciousness. He lost his mind, but he stubbornly refused to look away. Chen had no intention of hurting the other party, so he quickly shifted his gaze. As his gaze swept over them, he guessed that the two women had just come out of seclusion. The smile on his face did not fade as he began to descend. When he was not far away from the two women, Chen looked at them and said softly with a smile, "I've let you two suffer." Dongqing's eyes were filled with tears. She immediately threw herself into Chen's arms. She was very excited. In a chaotic world, reuniting was naturally a joy. Jin Qingcheng also took a few steps forward. Her scarred face was filled with excitement as she came to Chen's side. She looked at Chen and said, "You're the one who suffered." After hearing the news about Chen, they knew about Chen's situation. They only felt pity and helplessness in their hearts. They blamed themselves for not being able to help Chen. The two of them did not take Ne's words seriously. They had been in contact with Chen before and had gone through life and death together. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Chen was. Chen reached out and pulled Jin Qingcheng into his arms. The latter's body trembled at first and seemed very stiff. However, her body soon softened and she leaned her head on Chen's shoulder. At this moment, Chen hugged the two women. In front of him, Na held the ice lotus in her hand. She stood there in a daze as if she had been petrified. In the sky, many heavenly realm experts watched and did not deliberately disturb them. After a long time, Dongqing was the first to leave Chen's arms. After wiping away the tears on her face, she said to Chen, "It's okay now. We're also in the heavenly realm. We can help you." Chen nodded and smiled, "Ian, you're getting stronger and stronger." The two of them still did not know that the heaven-defying cultivators had been chased away. After leaving Chen's arms, Jin Qingcheng's expression was a little unnatural. She was also a little disappointed. She did not even dare to meet Chen's gaze. Originally, she did not care about her appearance. However, after coming into contact with Chen at such a close distance, she felt a little inferior in her heart. Looking at Jin Qingcheng, Chen smiled. He approached Jin Qingcheng and slowly reached out his hand. Jin Qingcheng's body trembled and she subconsciously wanted to dodge. "Don't move. It's been so long. This shouldn't be your shackles and fetters anymore," Chen said softly. He reached out his right hand and touched the scar on Jin Qingcheng's face. The latter's body was obviously trembling. At such a close distance, she could clearly feel Chen's breathing and heartbeat. On Chen's right hand, a golden light surged. Streams of energy gently landed on Jin Qingcheng's face. As the energy passed by, the scar on Jin Qingcheng's face disappeared. A beautiful face that had disappeared for a long time appeared once again. "This is the real you." Looking at Jin Qingcheng, Chen said with a smile. Jin Qingcheng's appearance was restored just like that. Logically speaking, Na should be very happy. This was the Jin Qingcheng in his heart. However, seeing Jin Qingcheng standing together with Chen, he could not feel happy at all. "Why are you here? Where are the alien races?" At such a close distance, she could clearly feel Chen's breathing. Jin Qingcheng was a little confused. She did not dare to look into Chen's eyes and immediately changed the topic. "Those heaven-defying cultivators have already left. They won't come back for a while. I came to the sword sect to confirm something, so I can meet you guys. The heaven-defying cultivators have all left." Jin Qingcheng was very surprised. "Yes, they have all left. However, there will be a great battle soon, so we can't let our guard down," Chen said. At this moment, the cultivators in the sky descended one after another. The old man from before asked, "Chen, why are you here this time?" Chen turned to look at the old man and said, "Yes, there are some things." Because the teleportation formation was a secret of the sword sect, Chen did not mention it in front of them. He gestured for them to wait for a while, and then he went to discuss the matter with the old man and some of the core members of the sword sect. Everyone left, and only Jian stood there in a daze. He felt that the distance between him and Jin Qingcheng was getting farther and farther. The gap between him and Chen was like heaven and earth, even though the two of them were in the same realm. Perhaps it was because of his identity as the number one person, or perhaps it was because he had a great relationship with the sword sect. The discussion went very smoothly. Under Chen's request, the old man decisively agreed to break the teleportation formation. After the discussion about the teleportation formation, Chen went to look for Jin Qingcheng and the other three. At this moment, the four of them were at Wu Xie's residence. A supreme being led Chen there. Along the way, the supreme being looked at Chen with eyes full of fanaticism and worship. Obviously, in a short period of time, someone had told them about Chen's relationship with the sword sect. Not to mention Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing, Chen had a confidant named Wang Xianer, who was nurtured by the sword sect. Moreover, they also knew that the rumors about Chen were just rumors that Chen purely wanted to protect his friend. For a moment, those who were once prejudiced against Chen immediately worshipped Chen. On the contrary, Jian, who spread the news, was gradually alienated. Chen soon met the four of them. At this moment, the four of them were chatting excitedly. During this time, Mansha's voice was the loudest. He kept talking about Chen's deeds. Unknowingly, Mansha talked about Yi Chen. He said with an excited face, Chen is really popular with women. This time, he took Yi Chen back from Yawei. I'm afraid it won't be long before Chen enters the Saint Realm. Chapter 2055. All the information Mansha got about Chen came from the sword sect. The two girls who were in seclusion didn't know about it. Because they were far apart, first-hand information couldn't be transmitted quickly, so Mansha didn't know that Yi Chen had entered the star path. In fact, there weren't many people who knew about this. In everyone's opinion, Chen would marry Yi Chen and become a saint. Because no one could resist the temptation of becoming a saint. Is this a deal? Dong Qing looked up at Mansha. She hadn't seen Yi Chen before, but she heard from Jian that she was a very beautiful woman who had followed Chen all the way. Of course it's a deal. You should know that she's from a different race, and Chen is a human from the Zhonwu continent. They can only make a deal. Mansha insisted. The two girls looked at each other and saw a trace of sadness in each other's eyes. This sadness wasn't directed at them, but at Yi Chen. A woman who couldn't even control her own happiness was indeed a very sad thing. As for Chen, he deliberately destroyed a person's happiness in order to become a saint. They didn't object to it, but they couldn't accept it. Mansha was still talking excitedly because he had seen Yi Chen before. She was indeed a great beauty. This time Chen defeated Ji Wei and got Yi Chen. It can be said that he has made the people of the Zhonwu continent proud. At this moment, Mansha was very excited. He didn't notice that Wu Xie was constantly winking at him, and the two girls were getting more and more depressed. Ahem. A light cough interrupted Mansha's words. Chen walked over from afar and looked at Mansha, who was talking nonsense. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what he was talking about, but Mansha seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. He even made the Zhonwu continent proud. Yi Chen was a neutral party. Chen, you're finally here. Tell me, did you beat off Ji Wei and get Yi Chen? Mansha asked Chen with a somewhat nervous look on his face. Is this a good place to talk? As he spoke, Chen took the initiative to walk out of the hall. When the others saw that Chen's expression was somewhat serious, they all followed him. Arriving at the main hall, Chen closed the door. A beam of energy turned into a seal, isolating the entire room. Seeing how cautious Chen was, everyone was puzzled. Wu Xie asked, "What happened?" Chen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Everyone, don't be nervous. I won't be staying in the sword sect for long this time because I still have many things to do. Once I'm done, I'll return to the martial heaven continent and enter the star path from there. You're not going to fight the alien tribes anymore after entering the star path?" Man Sha asked doubtfully. It seems that you also know that the alien races will start a war soon. I won't participate in the following battles. Moreover, it's not a big deal if I'm not there. As for you guys, you must take care of yourselves. Zichen said. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they still nodded. Originally, we were discussing returning to Hu Ping City with you this time. Since you're leaving, then we'll return by ourselves, said Wu Xie. That's fine too. If the war starts, Hu Ping City will need your strength. But remember to be careful. That's right, before I leave, I'll give you something. As he spoke, Zichen raised his hand and tapped his chest. A sickly redness instantly appeared on Zichen's face. Following that, his face paled as a drop of golden liquid appeared on his chest. The moment this liquid appeared, it brought with it a tremendous pressure. Under the pressure of this pressure, the expressions of the four people changed. What is this? Asked Wu Xie in shock as he looked at the drop of golden blood. He actually felt a trace of danger from it. This is essence blood that I obtained by accident. I'll give each of you a drop. Refine it carefully. Don't let anyone else know. Zichen gritted his teeth as his face paled once more. As the second drop of liquid appeared, the pressure in the room became even greater. Afterwards, Zichen tapped his chest twice, and 2 more drops of golden liquid appeared. The 4 drops of golden liquid were the essence blood of the god that Zichen had obtained before. However, as he had consumed too much of the heart of the god earlier and had been trapped by the formation for so long, his cultivation had already fallen. As a result, the effects were greatly reduced. If it were true essence blood of the god, let alone Wu Xie and the others, even Zichen would not be able to withstand the pressure from a single drop. His body would crack under the pressure, and refining it would be even more impossible. Right now, the essence blood of the god was only equivalent to special saint blood at most. Bang! 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 As the 4 drops of essence blood appeared, the pressure in the room soared. The restriction that Zichen had set up earlier began to distort, and a series of explosions rang out. Some of the porcelain decorations in the room were unable to withstand the pressure and exploded. Zichen paled. Zichen's hand shook, and the 4 drops of essence blood flew towards the 4 of them. The shocked 4 of them subconsciously released their own energy and began to envelop the essence blood. Although the essence blood was ownerless, it was still somewhat difficult to tame it. It had to be known that the heart of the god had only used half a drop of essence blood, which had consumed a great deal of energy, to cause Zichen's body to explode. Don't refine it yet. Tame it first, then slowly refine it, said Zichen in a low voice. The 4 of them released their spiritual senses and could clearly sense the enormous energy contained within the essence blood. They all carefully tamed it. Looking at the 4 of them taming the essence blood, another golden sphere appeared in front of Zichen. After this sphere appeared, Zichen's aura clearly weakened. Looking at the golden sphere in front of him, Zichen's expression changed. He once again pointed at his chest. The pressure that had disappeared earlier reappeared, and another drop of golden blood appeared. At this moment, a drop of essence blood and a golden sphere floated in front of Zichen. Zichen closed his eyes and quietly waited for the 4 of them to tame the essence blood. After a while, the 4 of them completely enveloped the essence blood with their energy. Then, they forcibly pulled the essence blood into their own world. After doing this, the 4 of them opened their eyes and looked at Zichen with joy and excitement. However, this joy and excitement was replaced by astonishment when they saw the 2 glowing objects in front of Zichen. This drop of essence blood is for Shangguan Hong. As for the golden sphere, it contains my 3 most powerful strikes. You can place it in the statue in Huping City. Once there's danger, just activate the seals. As he spoke, Zichen shook his hand again, and the 2 golden lights, one large and one small, flew directly towards Dongqing. The pressure within the essence blood had already been suppressed by Zichen's energy, so there was no need to tame it. Dongqing directly took the 2 items away. Zichen was still pale, and his aura was slightly weaker than before. Clearly, giving out these items had taken quite a toll on him. Zichen smiled gently when he saw how worried everyone was. I'm fine. I just can't control this power. I'll be fine after some rest. Seeing how tired Zichen was, Dongqing couldn't bear to see him like this, but she was also very conflicted. She was still thinking about what Mansha had said earlier. After a moment of hesitation, she still asked, "Are you not going to become a saint?" He turned his head to look at Dongqing. The two of them looked at each other and saw the smile in Zichen's eyes. The latter blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Clearly, her little scheme had been completely seen through by Zichen. Yichen has already left. She's embarked on the star path, Zichen smiled. Left? Why did you let her go? That was a great opportunity. Mansha was stunned and felt that it was a pity. Wu Xie felt the same way. How could I use this kind of thing as an exchange? Zichen still had a smile on his face, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Although they felt that it was a pity, Mansha and Wu Xie looked at Zichen with admiration. Zichen was Zichen, and he was still Zichen. After only staying here for half a day, Zichen headed towards the first mainland. The Heaven Plane cultivators who stayed in this world were destined to be unable to break into the Saint Plane. They had to fight the foreign races here, and their cultivation levels would only end at the peak of the Heaven Plane. However, Zichen didn't persuade the four of them to enter the Holy Road. He didn't even suggest that they could explore the Holy Road after the battle. The Holy Road was very dangerous, especially the star path of the Zhanwu continent. It was known as the most dangerous star path. He didn't want his friends to take risks. Even if they were weaker, it was fine as long as they were alive. After the battle, we'll set foot on the star path. Seeing Zichen leave, the four of them thought to themselves. Zichen didn't want them to take risks, but they also didn't want Zichen to face all the pressure alone. They wanted to share the burden with Zichen and become Zichen's companions and followers. After returning to the first mainland, Zichen went to the second clan. The negotiations went very smoothly. This didn't mean that those clans were easy to talk to, but that in the Zhanwu continent, where there were no saints, Zichen was now the number one person, the true number one person. His words naturally carried a lot of weight. 2 days later, Zichen came to the Thunder Clan again. This surprised the people of the Thunder Clan, but then they cheered. They thought that Zichen was going to stay here for a long time. Send me to the Tianwu continent. After I leave, destroy this teleportation formation. Zichen explained the reason for his visit. This caused the Thunder Clan members to be extremely disappointed. This transmission array hadn't been used for many years. But now that it was destroyed, the Thunder Clan members were unwilling to part with it. After the suggestion failed, everyone had no choice but to agree. Hence, the pale-faced Zichen entered the teleportation array. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, Zichen's figure disappeared in a flash. Just after Zichen disappeared, Lei Meng put away the sphere in his hand. At the same time, he sent out a beam of energy. This energy landed on the teleportation formation. With a rumbling sound, the teleportation formation exploded. Chapter 2056. After arriving at the Tianwu continent, Zichen released his spiritual senses and found his location. With a flash, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. The spatial pressure here was not strong. With Zichen's strength, the speed of teleportation was much faster than taking a teleportation formation. Reappearing, Zichen saw a city. He stood above the city and looked down. In the city, most of the people were from the Devil Clan. This was a city belonging to the Devil Clan. In the city below, there were 2 faint auras belonging to the Heaven Realm. There were only 2 Heaven Realm experts. It was considered a small city. Zichen did not stop and disappeared in a flash. Zichen reappeared above a city. This was a huge city of the Devil Clan. With his spiritual senses, Zichen sensed dozens of powerful Heaven Realm auras below. Oh, it's actually here. After sensing the city below, Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. When he was still in the mortal origin realm, his sword Steely was stolen. He fled in a panic. It was in this city that he met a princess of the Devil Clan. After that, he stole some things from the 5 Elements aristocratic family. As he looked down, Zichen found that the city was very lively. There were constant cheers and energy fluctuations. It seemed that some kind of competition was going on. Shaking his head, Zichen turned and was about to leave. However, at this moment, powerful auras appeared below him. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Sir, what are you planning to do by loitering around the Power Demon clan? Since you're here, it's better to say it clearly before you leave." Zichen's sudden appearance above the Devil clan naturally attracted the attention of the Heaven Realm experts. At this moment, many figures also rushed into the sky. It's indeed the Power Demon clan. Zichen smiled faintly. The one he met before was the princess of the Power Demon clan. He had no relationship with the Devil clan. Clearly, he had no intention of stopping. He turned and left. "Stop!" A cold voice rang out. Numerous silhouettes soared into the sky. At the same time, beams of energy appeared. They were like thick ropes that intertwined with each other, trying to stop Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind appeared. The approaching energy light was naturally blown away upon encountering this gust of wind. Immediately after, under the energy shock, Zichen's figure flashed and he teleported away. This is. The Devil race members, who had just soared into the sky, were shocked to see their attacks being neutralized so easily. To be able to teleport within the vibrating energy, who exactly is he? The expressions of the rest of the Devil race also changed drastically. During this time, the fastest demon vaguely saw the other party's appearance. It was a somewhat familiar appearance, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. To be able to break an energy attack with just a wave of his sleeve, his combat prowess is clearly very strong. Furthermore, he is so familiar with it. This Heaven Realm demon frowned slightly as he wondered where he had seen this person before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. There were two appearances that completely overlapped and matched. It's him. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. "You know who it is." The Devil race member smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, that person should be Zichen." Zichen? Which Zichen? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and a figure involuntarily appeared in their minds. A powerful Heaven Realm demon named Zichen. Is there a second one in this world? It really is that Zichen. Didn't he go to the Zhonwu continent to participate in the alien race war? Why is he here? Space distorted as Zichen walked out. This place was already 20,000 miles away from the Devil City. After he appeared, he looked at a mountain peak below and saw a woman standing there. She was wearing a tight black dress that outlined her curvaceous figure. The moment Zichen appeared, the woman raised her head and looked at Zichen. Her red lips were as red as blood, and her beautiful face exuded a wild aura. "It's really you." The woman was the first to speak, her voice cold. Looking at the princess of the Power Demon tribe, Zichen nodded and remained silent. The two of them did not have much of a relationship. To be honest, they were enemies. At most, they could be considered acquaintances. "Princess, you stopped me. Is there something you need?" Zichen asked calmly. "Didn't you go to the Zhonwu continent to fight against the alien race? Why are you here?" Looking at Zichen, the princess of the Power Demon tribe had a complicated expression. Although she was also a Heaven Realm demon, when she stood in front of Zichen, she could feel her heart palpitating. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a person, but a great danger that was hibernating. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. "I came to take a look at this world and set foot on the star path," Zichen replied. He did not lie. If the alien race really invaded the Zhonwu continent, the demon tribe and the humans would naturally be allies. "The alien race has been chased away?" The princess of the Power Demon tribe asked again, her expression strange. "No, they are only temporarily under control. I believe that before long, the war will erupt again. If the Zhonwu continent cannot be defended, the alien race will invade the Zhonwu continent." The princess of the Power Demon tribe did not ask why Zichen did not participate in the war and instead set foot on the star path. She nodded and said, "How long can they last? If it's short, a few decades. If it's long, a few centuries. Thank you for telling me." The princess of the Power Demon tribe nodded again and disappeared in a flash. The reason she stopped Zi-Chen was to know about the alien race. Of course, before that, she had to confirm Zi-Chen's identity. With a smile, Zi-Chen's figure also disappeared. This time, he did not stop midway. Instead, he went straight to the Wuji sect in the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, the upper echelons of the Wuji sect gathered once again. This was a routine gathering. They mainly talked about recent events and the depletion of resources. Ever since Zi-Chen had returned, the Wuji sect had undergone a complete makeover. With Su Mengyaro and the others in charge, the sect was now in good order. The previous family-like situation no longer happened. Even with Wang Xian in charge of the Wuji sect, if the Wang family's disciples wanted to enter the Wuji sect, they would have to take the test twice as hard as ordinary disciples. Other than that, the entire Holy Land had become a harmonious cultivation Holy Land because of the Wuji sect's suppression and management. The phenomenon of big families bullying individual cultivators had also greatly decreased. When cultivators were truly unfairly oppressed, they could seek protection from the Wuji sect and let the Wuji sect uphold justice. After a few thousand years, the Wuji sect that Zi-Chen had established had become the symbol of the Holy Land. Other than that, it was worth mentioning that this place had truly transformed from a barbarian land into a holy land. Other than a few old rivals who still secretly called it a barbarian land, in the entire Tianwu continent, this place had already been unified as the Holy Land. It was a cultivation holy land that almost all cultivators yearned for. I wonder how Master is doing. As the stewards left one by one, only Chen Feng and the others were left in the hall. Chen Feng muttered, Zi-Chen is so strong. He should be fine. Sun Ling, who was wearing red clothes and sitting on the sect master's seat, said very casually. She still didn't call Zi-Chen master. Even master's wife can't divine it. Chen Feng looked at Su Mengyaro and asked, completely ignoring Sun Ling's cold gaze. That's right. Sister, aren't your divination techniques very strong? You're the only one who can divine Zi-Chen's location. Sun Ling, who was coldly looking at Chen Feng, turned her head back with a smile. Little girl, you have to call Sister Mengyaro master's wife. Your seniority is too low. Do you understand? Beside Su Mengyaro, Lin Shui, who was like a green lotus, had a trace of a smile in her pure eyes. I feel that calling me sister sounds better. Maybe we'll be sisters in the future. Sun Ling looked at Lin Shui unhappily. That's impossible. Little girl, wake up. Stop dreaming. Lin Shui's smile was still on her face. Page, that's hard to say. Definitely impossible. Hearing the two's bickering, Su Mengyao's face revealed a trace of a smile. She said softly, you two, stop bickering. Zi-Chen is getting stronger and stronger. The distance between us is too far. It's almost impossible to divine it. The soft-spoken Su Mengyaro suddenly let out a soft cry. Her expression clearly changed. What's wrong? Did something happen to Master? Chen Feng looked at Su Mengyaro with a worried expression. The other people in the room also looked at Su Mengyaro with worry in their eyes. Nothing. It's just that I suddenly sensed that Zi-Chen might be back soon. Su Mengyaro smiled gently. What? Back soon? Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their faces were immediately filled with joy. Chen Feng immediately stood up and said excitedly, I'll go and inform Marshal Uncle Demon Ape and the others now. As he spoke, Chen Feng was about to stand up. But at this moment, a voice sounded, no need. They'll be here soon. As the voice sounded, a golden light flashed in the hall. Within the golden light, Zi-Chen's figure appeared. Zi-Chen. Looking at the figure in the golden light, everyone subconsciously stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Zi-Chen, you're finally back. Above the hall, a silver light flashed. It was Sun Ling who had left the sect master's seat and pounced towards Zi-Chen. Around Zi-Chen, a golden light flashed. Sun Ling, who was approaching, immediately felt a resistance. Then, her charging figure was knocked back. As she retreated, Sun Ling's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. A cold aura that belonged to extreme yin appeared. She charged towards Zi-Chen again. Around Zi-Chen, a golden light flashed again. Sun Ling, who displayed her extreme yin body, was knocked back again. Chapter 2057. Only Su Mengyaro, Lin Shui, and Chen Feng were present. The devil ape, Zhong Haotian, Long Hu, and LV Peng weren't present. Zichen, why are you back? The outsiders have already been chased away. After her initial excitement and joy, Su Mengyaro asked. They weren't chased away. We'll talk about this later. How's your comprehension of the heavenly Dao arts? Ignoring Sun Ling, who had vacated the sect master's seat, Zichen casually found a seat and sat down. Due to the existence of the time castle, Su Mengyaro and the others had long since broken through. They had been comprehending the heavenly Dao arts for quite some time. We've already made considerable progress. If you had come back a little later, we would have discussed going to the Zhonwu continent to support you, said Lin Shui. Shaking his head, Zichen said, you don't need to go to the Zhonwu continent. From now on, all of you will guard the everlasting sect. What? The outsiders are going to attack the Zhonwu continent? Everyone's hearts shook. Not so fast, but I believe it's only a matter of time. According to Zichen's understanding of the outsiders, the beginning was just an appetizer. As more and more outsiders descended, the passage to the Zhonwu continent would be opened sooner or later. The outsiders would invade sooner or later. At this time, the devil ape and the others arrived one after another. When they saw Zichen, they couldn't help but become excited. Zichen, you're finally back. The devil ape, Long Hu, Flying Tiger, and the others all came forward and gave Zichen a bear hug. Following them, Zhong Haotian and LV Peng also arrived. Wang Xian who was still in seclusion, had already come out. Shangguan Yu who had gone to the Moonlight Pavilion, had also received news of Zichen's return and was on her way back. Zichen. After Wang Qiong and Wang Shan heard Zichen's voice transmission, they rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps it was because they had to manage the entire family that they had spent a lot of effort, but the two of them still hadn't broken through to the heaven realm. Seeing that almost everyone was present in the hall, Zichen said, everyone, I will first tell you about the situation of the Zhonwu continent. After that, Zichen explained the situation of the Zhonwu continent in detail. He also deliberately explained about the heaven-defying experts. When everyone heard that there were so many heaven-defying experts comparable to Zichen, their expressions became very solemn. Fortunately, the heaven-defying cultivators had left, so there was no need for them to worry. Otherwise, with the participation of these heaven-defying cultivators, few experts would be able to resist. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Zichen's battle prowess. Clearly, Zichen's battle prowess was far superior to those heaven-defying deities. This time, I won't stay for long. My next step will be to step onto the star path. Star path. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. However, they did not reveal any puzzlement on their faces. Instead, they revealed a strange expression. What? You all know? Zichen asked curiously when he saw everyone's expressions. Master, could it be that you heard that old fellow's boasting and came back to prepare to enter the star path? Asked Chen Feng. What old fellow? Asked Zichen. That old fellow from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Recently, he's been running over to us whenever he has nothing to do. He said that we're rare geniuses, and that once we step onto the star path, we'll definitely reach the Saint Realm. At that time, he'll come back to protect the everlasting sect. He also said that the 4 saints from back then had all entered the star path, and that because our talent was extraordinary, he would open the star path for us. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. However, none of us believe him. We feel that he's just an old swindler. The Martial Heaven Alliance's star path. Zichen keenly grasped these 2 words from Chen Feng's words. He asked, you're saying that someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance came to find you to enter the star path? But he didn't come from the Zhonwu continent, but from the Martial Heaven continent. Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Zichen looked at the others and saw that they were all nodding. Zichen wasn't unfamiliar with the Martial Heaven Alliance. In his memories, it was an alliance composed entirely of celestial experts. To be more accurate, Zichen could also count as a celestial expert. But now, Chen was standing at the peak of this world. Hearing the Martial Heaven Alliance once more had to have a deeper meaning. Perhaps it was a power on the same level as the Martial Battle Alliance and the Martial Battle Family. Or perhaps the Martial Heaven Alliance itself was the Martial Battle Family. Originally, Chen had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find any clues about the star path after coming to this world. He hadn't expected to run into someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance who also knew about the star path. After a moment of silence, Chen said, "The star path truly can allow people to become saints." Perhaps that elder wasn't lying. Back then, the 4 great sages did enter, but that elder clearly wasn't telling the truth. The reason the 4 great sages became saints wasn't because of the star path, but because they were originally holy beasts. Naturally, they could become saints. This was what the great sage Yin Zhong had told Chen. In the Zhonwu continent and the Martial Heaven continent, there was only one kind of true saint, the holy beasts. For example, the lightning holy beast, the 4 great sacred beasts, and himself were all existences whose talent far surpassed that of saints. After transforming time and time again, they had all become saints. For them, without the bottleneck of the heaven realm, it was very natural for them to become saints. It was just like those chosen beasts. They could become chosen just by sleeping. However, such existences were innately born. They were extremely few in number, and they had appeared in extremely ancient times. It could even be traced back to when this world had just been formed. They had experienced the changes of time. They had experienced countless battles. Some had died in battle, while others had awakened from their slumber. Other than that, there were also some shocking geniuses. If they wanted to become saints, they had to step onto the star path. The great sage Yin Zhong had made an example of such existences. For example, the most typical example was Wuji. He had relied on his own power to step into the saint realm. Back then, Chen had heard the great sage Yin Zhong say that this world had a channel to enter the star path. However, that channel was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. It was even more dangerous than the Zhonwu continent's channel. It was a channel specially made for heaven-defying experts. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people were suggesting that they all enter. Chen didn't understand their intentions. "When was the last time he came?" asked Chen. "It's been a while. Perhaps he'll come again in a few days." Just as Chen Feng finished speaking, an elderly laugh rang out from outside the palace. "So everyone's here. That's good. That saves me the trouble of going one by one." Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly when he heard the old voice. He had not sensed that a person had appeared outside the hall. Seeing Chen's frown, Chen Feng bitterly smiled. "That old fellow is very powerful. Even LV Peng's improved formation is unable to trap him. The entire everlasting sect is unobstructed to him. Young friend Chen Feng, you're mistaken. If the everlasting sect's grand formation was fully activated, I definitely wouldn't dare to enter." While they were talking, an old man came in. He was wearing hemp clothes and had a smile on his face. He walked in cheerfully and looked at the many people. He said, "Is this a meeting? It seems that my luck is not bad." The old man was about to say something when he suddenly saw Chen sitting at the side. His expression changed slightly and he was stunned for a moment before he said, "Chen, why are you here? Why can't it be me?" Chen stood up and stared at the old man. "Didn't you go to the Zhonwu continent to fight against the alien races?" The old man, who was slightly stunned, quickly reacted and said with a smile, "It's great that you're back. With your current strength, you can enter the Star Road. That's the place that experts like you should be searching for. The death rate there should be very high, right?" asked Chen. "There's naturally a death rate, but you're all experts. Your chances of survival will be higher." Looking at the confident old man, Chen continued, "I want to know how many star paths you control." "Of course there's only one star path. As for what happens after entering, it's said that everyone encounters different things." After pondering for a moment, Chen said, "But as far as I know, the Martial Heaven continent has a very special star path. What you're talking about shouldn't be that special star path, right?" "Special star path?" The old man was startled once more. He was a bit puzzled, but then he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. In that case, you control 2 star passages. Chen keenly sensed the change in the old man's expression. His heart moved and he immediately asked, "I'm not sure. We only have 1 star path." The old man shook his head. Seeing that the old man didn't want to admit it, Chen continued, "As far as I know, that special starry path is specially prepared for heaven-defying cultivators. Don't tell me that the starry path you let them enter is this starry path." "Of course not." "Then tell me where that star path is." The old man didn't immediately reply. Instead, he looked at Chen. Their gazes met, and the old man saw determination in Chen's eyes. He asked, "You didn't come back to find that star path, did you? Are you preparing to enter that star path from there?" "That's my intention." Chen didn't hide it. Shaking his head, the old man said, "Don't say that I don't know. Even if I knew where that star path is, I wouldn't tell you. That's the legendary star path. It's too dangerous. With your potential, you can just take our star path if you want to enter the Saint Realm. Why go there to die?" "Why isn't it an opportunity?" asked Chen. "I don't know if it's an opportunity, but the Martial Heaven Alliance has records that none of the Heaven Defiers who entered returned. As for whether they lived or died, I'm sure you're very clear." Chapter 2058. There was only one Heaven Defier in this world. For a Heaven Defier like Chen to appear, it meant that the previous Heaven Defier had already died. Hearing the old man's words, Chen stared at him. "You must know where the star path is, right? Tell me where it is." The elder shook his head once more. "I don't know. At the same time, I'd advise you not to ask about that star path. It's very dangerous." Chen flipped his hand, and a celestial sword appeared. Waves of pressure spread. "Tell me, and this thing is yours." The elder was surprised by Chen's generosity. The others' expressions changed when they saw Chen take out a Heaven Defier. However, the elder still shook his head. "It's useless. I have my own Heaven Defier. If a little child like you wants to bribe me, it won't work. I'll say the same thing again, I don't know where that star path is." Seeing the elder's expression, Chen smiled. "Is that so? Then can I trouble you to take a closer look? Is this a Heaven Defier?" Chen circulated his energy into the weapon. The Heaven Defier trembled slightly, and its aura grew even denser. "This is a heaven-defying weapon." The elder's pupils shrank as he looked into the weapon's eyes. A heaven-defying weapon was a weapon used by a Heaven Defier. Only in the hands of a Heaven Defier could they unleash their greatest power and easily slaughter ordinary heaven realms. However, that wasn't absolute. A heaven-defying weapon was an extremely powerful weapon. Because a Heaven Defier was using it, its weapon spirit was even stronger. Once an ordinary heaven realm expert subdued it, although the power it could unleash wouldn't be able to compare to a Heaven Defier, it would still be much stronger than an ordinary heaven realm expert. When the old man saw the heaven-defying weapon, his eyes widened. Even his breathing became rapid. He looked at the heaven-defying weapon again and said, "You're a heaven-defying cultivator, yet you want to give me a heaven-defying weapon." Chen guessed that the elder didn't know what had happened on the Martial War continent. In other words, the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Martial War Alliance didn't have any connection. Other than that, the old man didn't know that there were strong and weak heaven-defying cultivators. For example, the weapon forged by a heaven-defying being who had only comprehended 10 laws would be much weaker than the weapon forged by a heaven-defying being who had comprehended over 50 laws. "Tell me where that special star path is, and this weapon is yours," Chen said in a deep voice. The old man's expression changed slightly as he hesitated. Buzz. Within Chen's body, heaven-defying energy poured into the weapon. The weapon trembled, and a violent fiendish aura enveloped the entire hall. In the hall, everyone who felt this aura had a change in expression. After personally feeling this pressure, the old man's hesitant expression turned resolute. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know the exact location, but if you make a trip to the ancient race, you might be able to find the answer. However, I still advise you to consider carefully. That star path is extremely dangerous." As he spoke, The old man stepped forward and took away the weapon from Zichen's hand. Obviously, he was worried that his words didn't carry enough weight and would make the latter go back on his word. Zichen was slightly startled, and then he looked a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of the ancient race, the mysterious tribe that was said to have a heavenly path trial? At this moment, the old man took the weapon and then cupped his fists at Zichen. "Thank you, little friend Zichen, for giving me this weapon. I'll take my leave now." With that, the old man turned and left, but he didn't invite anyone to enter the star path. "Senior, please don't come again next time. My friends won't enter the star path." Zichen was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face as he shouted towards the outside of the hall. "Don't worry. I won't come even if you beat me to death." The old man's voice sounded from outside the hall. He had obtained a heaven-defying weapon with just one sentence. He was afraid that Zichen would go back on his word, so he naturally wouldn't come again. "Yes." Seeing the old man's expression as he left, they all looked at Zichen. Obviously, they thought that Zichen had suffered a great loss. Zichen chuckled, but he didn't care. That heaven-defying weapon was the weakest one in his possession. "The star path is too dangerous. You guys should stay in the Wuji sect and deal with the upcoming war. These are my gains during this time. I'll give one to each of you." While speaking, Zichen took out more weapons. These weapons gave off a brilliant light that illuminated the hall. At the same time, they gave off an oppressive aura. Feeling the pressure that was much stronger than the previous weapons, LV Peng asked cautiously, "These are all heaven-defying weapons?" Zichen nodded and said, "Every heaven-defying person has one. After killing so many heaven-defying people, I naturally have a lot of these weapons." In the hall, apart from Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, Chen Feng, and Sun Ling, everyone had a heavenly weapon. They had obtained it in the holy burial ground. Seeing so many heavenly weapons, everyone was shocked. This was especially so for the four without heavenly weapons. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The weapons that Zichen took out were all heaven-defying weapons of high quality. Among them, Zichen specially gave a sword to Wang Xian. Because she cultivated the sword Dao, this sword was very suitable for her. The sword's owner had comprehended more than 50 laws. As for the others, he didn't deliberately distribute them. Zichen even felt that there was no need for the devil ape and Zhong Haotian to take these heavenly weapons. Heavenly weapons needed to be nurtured, and more wasn't better. The two of them had their own fortuitous encounters. The devil ape's black rod had already become a heavenly weapon. It was a supreme treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. Naturally, it wasn't inferior to heaven-defying weapons. Zhong Haotian's stone sword didn't have a weapon spirit, but its material was very special. It was also very compatible with his cultivation technique. There was no need for him to change his weapon. Wang Qiong and the other three didn't have any celestial armaments, so they chose their celestial armaments without hesitation. Wang Xiana took one, and LV Peng also chose one after a slight hesitation. Although he was an array master, he could use it for self-defense. Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro picked one each. After the selection of weapons, Zichen kept these heaven-defying weapons. Then, he took out 5 ordinary heavenly weapons and gave them to Wang Qiong. He said, "These are for the Wang clan." This, Wang Qiong, who had just taken the heaven-defying weapons, was a little hesitant. He had a very good relationship with Zichen. They were life and death brothers. It was fine if he took them, but the Wang clan, take them. "I still have a lot here," Zichen said. Wang Qiong didn't decline and immediately accepted the 5 heavenly weapons. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Obviously, with these 5 heavenly weapons, the Wang clan might have a better chance of survival in the face of war. Looking at the two of them, Zichen pondered for a moment. However, he didn't give them anything else. The next thing was naturally to discuss the future development of the Wuji sect. Wang Qiong and Wang Shan, who came from the Wang clan, knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to continue staying here. The two of them also knew this, so they took the initiative to leave. After the two of them left, Zichen also took out more heavenly weapons, as well as many heaven-level materials. The amount and the brilliance of the materials made everyone present dumbfounded. These were all Zichen's gains. Zichen had been keeping them for the sake of bringing them back to the Wuji sect. This sect was founded by Zichen, and this was also Zichen's home. The people in the sect were his family. Looking past Sun Ling, Zichen looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, go through these things. Pick out the materials and put them in the treasury. As for the weapons, take out a few and give them to the elders who have reached the heaven realm and have enough experience. There were a few elders in the Wuji sect who had followed Zichen since he was in the core Yuan realm. For example, He Feng, Yi Lang, Zhong Tong, Wu Liu, and so on. These people had enough experience. Once they reached the heaven realm, they would be given a heavenly weapon as a reward. Chen Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, he put away all these things. Next, I'm preparing to open the Wuji sect to the public. I'll open the time castle to all the talented disciples of the martial heaven continent to enter and cultivate. I'll give them a certain reward. The highest reward is a heavenly weapon. Other than that, the heaven-level materials can also be used as a reward. It's open to the entire martial heaven continent. Those people's expressions changed. That's right. Open it to all geniuses. Once a huge battle begins, no one can stay out of it. In this kind of situation, personal grudges are insignificant. Chen Feng, make some preparations. Using my name, Zichen, invite all the powers and aristocratic families of the martial heaven continent to the Wuji sect for a meeting. Remember, as long as a family has an Earth Prime expert, they'll be invited. Chen Feng was startled, but then he nodded. Now that the Great Era had arrived, the Earth Prime experts were everywhere. Once all the powers of the continent were invited, the Wuji sect would be filled with people. However, Zichen's words couldn't be doubted. No matter how difficult it was, they had to carry it out. He looked at Sun Ling once more. This sect master was a bit of a headache for him. He didn't understand why he had chosen her, his eldest disciple, to be the sect master. Sun Ling, call Wu Liu over, said Zichen. Wu Liu? Why call him over? You can just tell me what to do, said Sun Ling. Even if I tell you, you can't do it, said Zichen indifferently. Sun Ling angrily called Wu Liu over. When he saw Zichen, he was very surprised and immediately bowed respectfully. Then Zichen gave Wu Liu a few more instructions. Wu Liu nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, Zichen didn't have time to chat with the others. He directly stepped onto the path to the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground here had become a training ground. The time it opened was also greatly shortened. Now that Zichen had arrived, it was just in time for it to open again. Many cultivators were waiting outside, waiting for the gate to open. Space distorted, and Zichen appeared. When the crowd turned around and saw Zichen, they were all startled. However, they didn't immediately recognize Zichen. They just thought that he was a heaven realm expert who had come to look for opportunities. Chapter 2059. Zichen's voice spread out, forming a strange wave that spread out in front of him. He believed that the existence of the Saint Burial Ground would definitely be able to hear his words. As his voice spread out, the cultivators waiting outside the sacred ground stood there in a daze before the Saint Burial Ground could respond. Zichen, he said. His Zichen. That's right, his Lord Zichen. No wonder I found him so familiar. Oh my God, I actually saw Lord Zichen. That's Lord Zichen, a legendary existence. After being stunned for a short while, the cultivators' faces were filled with excitement. Zichen was a legendary name, representing a legend of a generation. Almost all the rogue cultivators in the Tianwu continent were familiar with his deeds. 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish recounting them. Especially in this sacred ground, Zichen was comparable to a god. Ever since he dealt with the domineering Wang family in a bloodbath, this sacred ground had undoubtedly become a sacred cultivation ground in the hearts of all rogue cultivators. Everyone was very excited, their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Zichen, why are you here again? At this moment, a voice rang out. The space above the gate of the Saint Burial Ground distorted, and a blurry figure appeared. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around. When they saw the illusory figure, their faces were filled with shock. This area had become a place for everyone to search for opportunities, but they did not know that there was someone in the saint burial ground. Could he be Saint Rosefinch? Looking at the illusory figure and recalling Zichen's words, everyone's expressions changed continuously, revealing deep shock in their eyes. I'm naturally here to discuss something with you, Zichen said in a deep voice. As long as you don't covet the things here, we can discuss anything, said the illusory figure. Zichen smiled and said, of course I'm not here for those 2 or 3 cultivation techniques. Moreover, you may not have any cultivation techniques that are suitable for me here. Really? Of course. Come in then. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure disappeared into thin air. Above the towering door, a spatial passage appeared. Zichen smiled and flew forward. When he reached the entrance, Zichen suddenly turned around and looked at the people waiting for the trial. He smiled and said, everyone, the holy burial ground won't open today. If you want to know when it will open, go to the Infinity Sect and ask around. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Zichen's figure flashed and entered the passageway. Then, the passageway disappeared. Lord Zichen, what is the meaning of this? Why do we need to ask the Boundless Sect? Obviously, no one understood the meaning of Zichen's words, and their faces were filled with confusion. Suddenly, a cultivator's expression changed. Sir Zichen, don't tell me you want to take over this place. What? Take over the holy burial ground? How is that possible? The others were startled. Think about it. If Lord Zichen isn't planning to take over this place, why would he tell us that we need to go to the Infinity Sect to ask when the holy burial ground will open? You should know that although the Infinity Sect has a bit of authority right now, it's definitely not at the point where they can control the holy burial ground. The others gasped when they heard the cultivator's words. When they turned around to look at the saint burial ground again, their eyes were filled with shock. If it was as the other party had guessed, Zichen was really going to make a huge move this time. It was destined to shake the entire Tianwu continent. At the same time, a roar rang out from the depths of the holy burial ground. What? You want my holy burial ground? This roar didn't dissipate for a long time, causing the entire holy burial ground to shake. Standing in front of the youth, Zichen corrected him. It's not yours. It's Saint Rosefinch's. Zichen, do you know what you're doing? The youth stared at Zichen, his expression changing. Of course I know. Since you know, have you ever thought about what Saint Rosefinch will do once she returns and the holy burial ground is gone? The other races can invade the continent at any time. In such a dangerous time, I feel like Saint Rosefinch won't care about such a small matter, said Zichen indifferently. A small matter. The youth's voice grew louder. You want to open all the trial paths in the holy burial ground, take out all the heavenly Tao magical arts, and even move the holy burial ground. That's even more important than piercing the heavens, yet you say it's a small matter. Zichen's calm expression turned solemn. He looked at the youth and said, the other race's invasion is something none of us can ignore. Since we know that the future will be terrible, why don't we make preparations in advance? Make ourselves stronger so that when the disaster comes, we'll have more power to resist. I'm already doing it. If you hadn't stopped me, the holy burial ground would have opened again today, said the youth unhappily. Zichen shook his head. It's not enough. It's far from enough. I need the holy burial ground to open every day. I need all the cultivation techniques to appear in advance. I need the heavenly Tao magical arts to appear as quickly as possible. Zichen, you're breaking the rules. You're breaking the rules set by the saints. These things are left behind by the saints, and they can be considered the saints' own possessions. The fact that they allowed others to enter the trial shows the saints' magnanimity. But you're insatiably greedy. In the face of the youth's cold gaze, Zichen said, this is just making the best use of things. There might seem to be many things here, but they're useless to the saints. Let alone the saints, even I, Zichen, don't want them. The youth sneered, if you don't want them, then don't come. I came for the sake of the world's people. You should use those words to trick others. Let me tell you, Zichen, If you want the holy burial ground, there's no way. The youth was stubborn and his tone was firm. Of course, in Zichen's eyes, he was stubborn and did not know how to be flexible. The things here belong to the saints, not you alone. I think that if the saints were here, they would definitely agree. HMPH, impossible. The youth snorted. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I want to see the saints. You know that the saints aren't here, and you know that. That's why you dare to come here. Then you must have a way to contact the saints. I don't know. I can't contact her. The youth turned his head. If I tear this place down, you won't be able to contact her either. Zichen's tone was cold. Whatever, as long as you have the strength. A mocking smile appeared on the young man's face. However, in the next moment, the mocking smile on his face froze. Zichen, who was in front of him, released his own qi. Golden energy filled his entire body and he emitted a violent qi. Zichen stood there, and the space around him began to distort naturally. That was caused by the space being unable to withstand this power. Zichen looked at the youth coldly. The golden light around him became bright again. At this moment, not only did he raise his aura to the peak, but he also pushed his body to the limit. Boom! The distorted space exploded with a loud bang after Zichen displayed his peak aura. Then, with Zichen as the center, a huge black hole appeared. After the black hole appeared, it continued to spread. It was a comprehensive destruction. Once it spread, the entire saint burial ground and the layout of the saints would be completely destroyed. The peak of the heaven realm. Feeling Zichen's aura, the youth's expression changed drastically. He knew that Zichen was a heaven-defying saint. At the same time, he also knew how powerful a heaven-defying saint at the peak of the heaven realm was. But what he did not expect was that Zichen had really reached the peak of the heaven realm. Moreover, it was the true peak after fusing with the heaven-defying energy. Looking at the expanding black hole, the youth reacted and said in a sharp voice, "Damn it, stop right now. You will destroy this place." Standing in the black hole, Zichen's expression was cold as he said, "Inform the saints to tell me why I am here. Otherwise, I will destroy this place." The youth's expression changed, and he seemed to be hesitating. Boom! The energy around Zichen trembled, and the black hole expanded faster. Okay, I will inform the saints now. Hurry up and stop." Looking at the accelerating black hole, the youth's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly said, "Inform them right now." The energy around Zichen did not dissipate. The black hole no longer expanded, but it also prevented it from healing. "Damn it, you will regret this." Glaring fiercely at Zichen, the young man knelt on one knee and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He raised his head and said with a sincere expression, "Saint, I am your most loyal servant. I beg you with all my heart. Please shine your light on the earth and illuminate the world." Looking at the young man's expression and the words he said, Zichen curled his lips and smiled. What a scammer. A mysterious energy pierced through the holy burial ground, passed through the martial heaven continent, and reached the Zhonwu continent. It then spread to an unknown space. At this moment, multicolored streams of energy were flowing through this space. Destructive auras were constantly wreaking havoc. This was a space where the laws couldn't reach. It was also a channel that the saints of the other races had to open. Within this space, there were 7 or 8 figures sitting or standing. Each one of them was emitting a suffocating holy aura. Following the arrival of this mysterious aura, a woman in flame-colored robes frowned slightly. She whispered, "I feel something calling me. Did something happen to the sacred land? Did the other races invade the martial heaven continent?" Hearing the woman's whisper, an azure-robed man turned around. "Azure Dragon, are you joking? The battle on the Zhonwu continent hasn't even begun. How could the other races invade the martial heaven continent?" said another man. If Zichen were here, he would definitely recognize this man as the lightning saint beast. "I'll go take a look." At the same time, a ray of light left her body. Chapter 2060. This saint might appeared without warning. As soon as it appeared, a figure condensed within it, and the saint might grew even denser. Zishu greets the saint. Seeing Saint Rosefinch appear, the youth bowed respectfully with a pious expression. Zishu, why did you call me? The saint's voice rang out, and the saint might shook the space even more, causing it to become even more unstable. It's him. It's Zichen. He wants to destroy this place. Zishu turned around and pointed at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was controlling his own energy so that the black holes around him couldn't heal. Zichen, why are you here? What's going on? Asked Saint Rosefinch as he looked at the black holes around Zichen. This is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The energy around Zichen immediately dissipated, and the black holes around him healed. He asked me for this sacred ground. I didn't give it to him, so he wanted to destroy this place. Fortunately, I contacted the saint, or else Zichen would have destroyed this place, complained Zishu. Zichen, what's going on? Saint Rosefinch looked at Zichen with a dignified expression. Saint, don't listen to his nonsense. It's like this. I'm planning to move the holy burial ground slightly, and then open it completely for the cultivators of the martial heaven continent to use. Why is that? Asked Saint Rosefinch. He wasn't angry. Although the situation on the martial heaven continent has stabilized, it's only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Once the martial heaven continent can't withstand it, the flames of war will spread to the martial heaven continent. There are too many mortals on this continent. If a war breaks out, it will definitely be a catastrophe. I hope that before the war starts, the overall strength of the martial heaven continent's cultivators will increase a little. That way, we can reduce the casualties. Saint, don't listen to his nonsense. He clearly wants to control the holy burial ground and strengthen his everlasting sect, said Zishu. Zichen definitely doesn't have any selfish motives. I hope the saint can take pity on the common people and grant Zichen his wish, said Zichen. At the same time, he cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to the saint. The saint glanced at Zichen and said unhappily, Little brat, you speak as if this saint doesn't pity the common people. Your idea is not bad. I can agree. Ah. Zishu was stunned when he heard that. He was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect the saint to agree just like that. Zichen was delighted and immediately thanked the saint. However, Zichen quickly looked at Saint Rosefinch and said, Saint, are there other saints where you are? For example, the Azure Dragon Saint, the White Tiger Saint, and the Xuanwu Saint? Hearing Zichen's words and seeing the flattering expression on Zichen's face, Zishu's expression changed. He stared blankly at Zichen. He had originally thought highly of Zichen. Who would have thought that this fellow was even more ambitious? That's right, they're all here. Saint Rosefinch's eyes shone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then, Saint Vermilion Bird, can you help me talk to them? Tell them to move all their burial grounds and give me full authority. That way, we can create more strong cultivators in a short time. Oh right, Saint, do you have any more palaces that can speed up the flow of time? If you do, can you give me a few more? Everything is for the sake of the world, please have mercy on us, Saint. Zishu was speechless. He had seen greedy people before, but he had never seen someone as greedy as Zichen. Not only did this fellow have designs on Saint Rosefinch, but he also didn't let the other saints off. Moreover, this fellow was extremely thick-skinned. This was the first time he had seen someone ask a saint for something so shamelessly in the name of the common people. Little brat, you keep saying the common people of the world. You make it seem like we don't know anything. Saint Rosefinch was so angry that he was about to laugh. For the common people of the world, I hope the saint can help me. All right, don't keep saying the common people of the world. I'll give this to you. As for that time castle, I don't have it here, but the other 3 sacred lands should have it. Little fellow, you have to work hard. Don't waste so much energy. When the foreign races invade, we won't be able to defend the martial heaven continent. You've given me all the resources. If I can't defend the continent, please take my head. Zichen patted his chest. Do you want me to go to the star path and take your head? Saint Rosefinch glanced at Zichen. With that, the saint's figure dissipated, leaving behind a flaming token. Saintly might emanated from the token. The saint's final words meant that they were all paying attention to him and were aware of his movements. That warmed Zichen's heart. Clearly, he hadn't been fighting alone on the martial heaven continent. Those saints had all been paying attention to him. It's a holy token, Zishu cried out when he saw the token. Zishu, back down. A dignified voice rang out. Zichen stepped forward and grabbed the token. He glanced at Zishu. Seeing Zichen's smug expression, Zishu couldn't help but feel angry. He muttered, I really don't know what kind of ability you have. You can even trick a saint. Using the token, he smacked Zishu's head. Zichen said smugly, this isn't called cheating. This is called using sincerity to move a saint. Zishu curled his lips. What happened? In that mysterious space, Saint Rosefinch opened his eyes and asked the Azure Dragon Saint. Thinking back to what Zichen had just said, the Saint Rosefinch smiled. It's nothing big. It's that little fellow Zichen. He wants my sacred land. I didn't pay attention to him for a few days and he returned to the martial heaven continent. The Azure Dragon Saint laughed. They were very satisfied with what Zichen had done this time, especially with how he had dealt with the 5 elements families. He had truly put righteousness first. Why does he want your sacred land? Asked the Azure Dragon Saint suddenly. Not just mine. He also wants yours. Saint Rosefinch's smile didn't fade. He wants so much. What does he want? You didn't give it to him, did you? The Azure Dragon Saint was startled. The other saints all looked over. That little fellow used the name of the world's people to ask me to pity them. How could I not give it to him? Saint Rosefinch smiled. He said that the foreign races would invade the martial heaven continent sooner or later. He wanted to gather all the resources together and manage them. He also wanted to move the 4 sacred lands to his everlasting sect. I felt that this was feasible, so I agreed. Zichen hadn't told Saint Rosefinch where he wanted to move the burial ground, but Saint Rosefinch could guess. This lad is ambitious. But this is good too. If we can unify the management, there will be more experts who can forge weapons. This is much better than the Zhonwu continent. The Green Dragon Saint nodded. Beside him, the other saints nodded when they heard this. The martial heaven continent was too large, and there were too many powers. Furthermore, they were all powerful. Even with Zichen's prestige, it wouldn't be easy to unify them. Let's move it. It's time to release the dragon vein. I hope that Brat can really do something, said a burly man. That little fellow knows his limits. I'm the first one to think highly of him, said the Lightning Saint, who had been listening the entire time. Beside him was the elder who had refined Zichen's saber. If you want to talk about the first one to think highly of him, it should be me. Back when he hadn't even reached the Earth Yuan, I was already paying attention to him, smiled Saint Rosefinch. Zishu, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. This speed is making me very unhappy. Holding the holy badge in his hand, Zichen looked at Zishu and said proudly, You're preparing to move the holy burial ground away. Do you think it's easy? Zishu glared at Zichen. He was very unhappy. Zishu, it's not that I want to nag at you, but you said that you were born to be a miser. If you don't use these things for anything, then aren't they the same as trash? Zichen tried to enlighten Zishu, but he could not suppress the pride on his face. This time, he had obtained the 4 holy burial grounds for free. It was a great opportunity. Zishu snorted but didn't refute Zichen. He was preparing to shrink the holy burial ground and move it. Zichen's figure flashed and flew out of the holy burial ground. At this moment, the people outside the holy burial ground hadn't left yet. When they saw Zichen, they all exclaimed, Hey, why haven't you left yet? Zichen was surprised to see these people. Lord Zichen, is the holy burial ground really not open today? A cultivator mustered up the courage to ask. Not only that, you don't have to wait here in the future. I'll move the holy burial ground to the Wuji sect. If you want to go to the holy burial ground in the future, you can go through the Wuji sect. Hearing Zichen's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Zichen to not only control the holy burial ground, but also take it away. For a moment, Everyone was stunned and speechless. Boom! At this moment, the holy burial ground began to tremble. The earth began to shake violently. In front of everyone, the majestic holy burial ground began to shrink bit by bit. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was stunned. The holy burial ground was shrinking. It seemed that it was really going to be taken away. Boom! The earth was still shaking and rumbling sounds were heard. At the same time, the tremors continued to spread until it reached the Wuji sect, then the holy burial ground, and even the entire southern continent. Boom! As the holy burial ground shrank, the entire southern continent trembled as if there was a major earthquake. For a moment, the tremors made many forces panic. One by one, they rushed into the sky to find the source of the tremors. Chapter 2061. In the Wuji sect, as soon as the ground shook, several figures shot up into the sky. They all exuded powerful auras, and each of them was a heaven realm expert. There were dozens of them, and they all shot up into the sky in an instant. The scene was quite spectacular. What's going on? Why is the ground shaking? The heaven realm experts released their spiritual senses. When they sensed that the ground within the range of their spiritual senses was shaking, their expressions changed drastically. The source seems to be in the direction of the saint burial ground. LV Peng retracted his spiritual senses and looked at the saint burial ground. The saint burial ground. Zi Chen seems to have gone there. Could he be the cause of this movement? Zhong Haotian frowned slightly. Let's go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Haotian and the others immediately flew in the direction of the saint burial ground. In the process, the devil ape said to the other experts who were looking up, "The rest of you don't need to go. You guys are responsible for guarding the mountain gate." At the same time, in the entire southern region, many experts from various factions also flew into the sky to investigate the source of the tremors. Before they could find out what was going on, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was loud and clear. In an instant, it spread from underground to every corner of the southern region. The dragon roar was filled with excitement and joy, as if it was suddenly released after being trapped for thousands of years. The ground shook more and more violently, and at the same time, it affected some of the underground spirit veins, causing them to change. The underground spirit energy became denser and denser, and finally, some of the spirit peaks exploded, and dense spirit energy shot up into the sky. After the spirit veins under the control of many factions exploded, the spirit energy within them dissipated. The spirit energy was so dense that many of them turned into pure spirit stones in the sky and fell to the ground. This is, some of the smaller factions controlled very small spirit veins, and under normal circumstances, the highest quality spirit stones produced by these spirit veins were low-grade spirit stones. However, with the changes in the earth, the spirit veins exploded, and the spirit stones that spurted out were of a higher quality. They were all mid-grade spirit stones. While the hearts of the leaders of these forces were shaken, their expressions also became very excited. This was because in the deep pit of the spirit vein that had exploded, they saw many spirit stones scattered, and those spirit stones were of higher quality. The same thing was happening in various parts of the southern reaches. Numerous spirit veins appeared, exploding, and new spirit veins appeared in some of the more ordinary areas. The spirit vein exploded, and a portion of it turned into spirit stones that fell to the ground. However, even more spirit chi filled the air, causing the entire southern region to be instantly enveloped by a dense spirit chi. As a result, the spirit chi in the entire southern region became increasingly dense, especially in the vicinity of the holy burial ground. The spirit chi there was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, like a colorful fog. As soon as Man Shi and the others arrived at the holy burial ground, they heard the dragon's roar. Then, they saw the changes in the heavens and earth. They saw the shrinking holy burial ground, and saw Zi Chen standing in front of it. Mo Yuan flew to Zi Chen's side and asked in shock, "What's going on?" Zi Chen clearly did not understand the situation in front of him. He shook his head, then looked at the shrinking holy burial ground and asked, "Zi Shu, what's going on?" When Su Mengyaro and the others who came later saw this scene, they were also shocked. After a while, Zi Shu's voice was heard. In order for the holy burial ground to function, It needs a huge amount of spirit qi. Back then, the saint sealed the dragon veins in the entire southern region. Now that you want to move the holy burial ground, the sealed dragon veins were freed. The spirit qi that had accumulated for many years exploded, and it became like this. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. They only knew that Zichen had come to the holy burial ground, but they did not expect that Zichen's purpose was to move the holy burial ground. In that case, the spirit qi of heaven and earth will always be this rich in the future. This is only a temporary outbreak. Once this spirit qi is completely integrated into the heaven and earth, this situation will no longer occur. However, when the dragon veins are completely released, the spirit qi of the entire southern region will be greatly increased in density. It's just that it won't be as rich as it is now. Zichen nodded with a hint of joy on his face. With such rich spirit qi of heaven and earth, the speed of a cultivator's breakthrough would be even faster. At the same time, Zichen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Then are the other holy burial grounds built on the dragon veins?" Of course, without the spirit qi of the dragon veins, how can such a large holy burial ground function normally? After confirming his guess, Zichen also guessed why the saint was willing to move the holy burial ground. It seemed that they also had the intention of releasing the underground dragon veins. It was not easy to retract the entire holy burial ground. The earth trembled for half a day before Zishu finally put away the holy burial ground. At this moment, the holy burial ground was only the size of a palm and was held in Zishu's hand. Su Mengyaro and the others all knew Zishu. After seeing him appear, they nodded kindly. "Where are you going to put the holy burial ground?" "South of the Wuji sect." "Come with me." Zichen had already considered this and had already thought of a place to put it. After arranging the holy burial ground, what Zichen needed to do was to expand the Wuji sect again. Along the way, Zichen instructed, "This time, the holy burial ground doesn't need to be so big. We can completely give up on some unnecessary tests. This way, the consumption of spirit qi will be less. LV Peng, you'll be in charge of setting up some spirit gathering formations to let the holy burial ground operate on its own. If there isn't enough spirit qi, you can use spirit stones to activate it." LV Peng nodded and said, "No problem. As long as we don't fully activate the holy burial ground, we can still maintain it by grabbing a small dragon vein." "That's good, but you'd better grab 4 small dragon veins." LV Peng was stunned and asked, "Why do we need 4? The others also looked at Zichen in confusion. "I'm going to bring back the other 3 holy burial grounds," Zichen said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they were shocked speechless. Getting 1 saint burial ground was already enough to shock them, but who would have thought that Zichen would actually want to get all 4 saint burial grounds? For an array master like LV Peng, it wasn't difficult for him to grab a few dragon veins. After carefully investigating where Zichen was going to place them, his figure flashed and disappeared. "Demon Ape, take some Heaven Realm cultivators with you and help Zishu count the remaining cultivation methods in the holy burial ground. Mengyaro, you and the rest of you distribute them according to their types. After that, see which trials are useful for tempering and leave some for future cultivators to use as a training ground." They listened to Zichen's instructions and nodded repeatedly. It was a little difficult to collect them because of the dragon veins, but it was much easier to put them down. As Zishu threw out the holy burial ground, the entire holy burial ground expanded with the wind and landed with a loud bang, causing the earth to tremble again. At this moment, the movement here had already attracted the attention of the other experts of the Wuji sect. When they came here and saw Zichen and the others, they were surprised. The news of Zichen's return was not known to everyone. But then, when they saw that in front of Zichen and the others was the holy burial ground, they were even more shocked. "Is that the holy burial ground?" "It looks like it." "What do you mean it looks like it?" "It is. Sect Master Zichen actually moved the holy burial ground here." Everyone was stupefied, feeling as if they were dreaming. This scene was truly hard to believe. "Zishu, as the manager of the holy burial ground, you should know the other 3 managers, right?" Looking at Zishu, who had a complicated expression, Zichen asked. "I've seen them before. What about it? Zishu looked back at Zichen. He seemed to have accepted his fate and was no longer targeting Zichen. Then come with me. I'm afraid they won't believe the sacred token. You can be a witness, said Zichen. They really aren't easy to talk to. Then I'll go with you. Zishu didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. That surprised Zichen. While Zichen was moving the holy burial ground, the Wuji sect had sent many experts to the various powers of the martial heaven continent according to Chenfeng's instructions. For existences like the Five Elements family, they naturally needed a heaven realm expert to deliver the news. This time, the one heading to the Five Elements family was Zhong Tong. He was an expert who had followed Zichen since he was in the primal core realm. His reputation in the Wuji sect wasn't small. Ever since Zichen had returned several hundred years ago and Zhong Tong had been in charge of massacring the Wang family, Zhong Tong's reputation had become even more resounding. Ever since he had broken through to the heaven realm, he had his own status in the entire martial sky continent. Thinking that he was going to the Five Elements family in the name of sect master Zichen, the calm Zhong Tong's expression clearly changed. With his fastest speed, he arrived outside the Jin family city and released his powerful aura. This heaven realm aura immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in the city. Soon, a middle-aged man in golden robes flew out of the city and cupped his fists at Zhong Tong from afar. I didn't know Brother Zhong was coming. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Brother Zhong, please enter the city for a chat. Zhong Tong waved his hand. No need. Go and call your family head out. Also, call the other 4 family heads. Tell them that I'm here on Sect Master Zichen's orders to deliver a message. Hearing Zhong Tong's words, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. There was dissatisfaction in his eyes because Zhong Tong wanted to call out the family heads. Moreover, he wanted the 5 of them to come out to meet him. Clearly, he was looking down on them. However, after hearing the last sentence, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared and was replaced with surprise. He asked, Sect Master Zichen's orders? Could it be that Sect Master has returned from the martial heaven continent? Zhong Tong nodded. Hurry up. I still have to go somewhere else to deliver the order. Brother Zhong, please wait a moment. The heaven realm expert cupped his fists and turned to leave. Chapter 2062. Zhong Tong stood outside the Five Elements family and gradually withdrew his heaven realm aura. In Gold City, there were many cultivators who sensed the aura of the heavenly realm and looked over curiously. The relationship between the Wuji sect and the Five Elements family was very complicated. Strictly speaking, they were fated enemies, but for some reason, they had to reconcile. However, in the hearts of all the cultivators of the Five Elements family, they didn't really recognize the Wuji sect. In fact, they were the real ancient family with an unimaginable foundation. However, the everlasting sect had risen to power. In just a few thousand years, it had developed to the point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old forces. Back then, Zichen had even brought a group of heavenly realm experts to steal their heavenly book, causing them to suffer great losses. After suffering such a big loss, the Five Elements family didn't have the courage or strength to take revenge. Looking at the heaven realm Zhong Tong, many cultivators of the Jin family had complicated expressions. In less than a moment, 2 rays of light flew out of the city. In addition to the heaven realm cultivator, the current head of the Jin family also came. Brother Zhong. The head of the Jin family came in front of Zhong Tong and cupped his fists. Zhong Tong opened his eyes and looked at the head of the Jin family. He also cupped his fists in return and then asked, Greetings, head of the Jin family. When will the other heads of the family arrive? The Wuji sect only sent an elder, but the head of the Jin family had to personally respond. Many cultivators of the Jin family felt uncomfortable in their hearts. I've already notified them. The others will be here soon. I wonder why Sect Master Zichen is looking for the 5 of us, the head of the Jin family asked carefully. He was a head of a family, and he gave face to the Wuji sect. In addition to the fact that the Wuji sect was comparable to an old force, the news about Zichen spread in the Zhanwu continent was also a major factor. They knew very well that Zichen was now the #1 person below the Saint realm. There were even rumors that Zichen's combat strength was comparable to a Saint Realm cultivator. In the Jianwu continent, all forces had to be polite to Zichen. Naturally, they didn't dare to slight him. Let's talk about the important matter when everyone is here, Zhongtong said indifferently. That's good. The head of the Jin family nodded. Zhongtong didn't say much, so the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Fortunately, the other 4 family heads arrived quickly and broke the gloomy atmosphere. Looking at the 5 family heads, Zhongtong recalled Chen Feng's instructions and said, Sect Master Zichen is preparing to gather all the powers of the martial heaven continent for a meeting in the everlasting sect. The time has been set for 2 months. I came specifically to pass on the message. All the powers of the Tianwu continent. That's right. All forces, including clans, are invited as long as they have at least one Earth Prime expert. Hearing Zhongtong's words, the patriarchs' faces were filled with doubt. If an Earth Yuan cultivator was qualified to participate, then there would be too many people going. The few of them fell into deep thought. Zhongtong said, Before I leave, I'll have to trouble you all with one thing. Please speak, the head of the Jin family said in a deep voice. I know that your 5 elements aristocratic families have many vassal forces beside you. I won't inform these forces, but I'll have to trouble the family heads to inform them. Among those vassal forces, as long as they're qualified, they'll be invited. Sect head Zichen has specially said that every force that's qualified is qualified to come, and no one is allowed to obstruct them in any way. The patriarchs nodded. The head of the Jin family asked, That's not a problem. But I don't know why Sect Master Zichen has gathered us. Before the head of the Jin family could finish his words, the ground began to shake. It was like an earthquake. The frequency of the shaking grew faster and faster, causing the ground to shake. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the few patriarchs to change. Even Zhongtong's eyes flashed with a strange light. As his spiritual senses spread out, the ground within the range of his spiritual senses began to shake. Within Jin City, rays of light soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. They were clearly searching for the source of the shaking. Roar. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in this area. What's going on? What's happening? Voices were heard throughout the entire Golden City, and more cultivators soared into the sky. Immediately after, a series of tremors came from the distance, followed by energy fluctuations. Sect Master, something bad has happened. Our ore veins have all exploded. A moment later, a slightly panicked voice sounded, and a pseudo-heaven rushed over. What? All the ore veins have exploded? The expression of the head of the Jin family suddenly changed, and then he looked at Zhongtong. It seemed that only the everlasting sect had the strength and courage to do this. Seeing the head of the Jin family look over, Zhongtong frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask what the head of the Jin family meant, an explosion came from several miles behind him. Boom! This explosion sounded abruptly, and then waves of dense spirit energy soared into the sky. Because the spirit energy was too dense, many spirit stones condensed in the air and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place became colorful and full of spirit energy. Seeing this scene, the family heads were clearly a little stunned, not understanding what was going on. Family head, the source of the tremors is the holy burial ground. Something happened there. Another voice sounding even more flustered. The holy burial ground? What happened there? The head of the Jin family asked in a deep voice. I'm not sure. Zichen is there, and we don't dare to get close, said the Heaven Realm expert who came later. Zichen. The expressions of the patriarchs changed at the same time. Sect Master? Zhongtong's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look first. After exchanging glances, the family heads nodded. No matter what Zichen was up to, they had to go and see. Before leaving, the head of the Jin family asked, Brother Zhong, are you coming with us? Let's go, we can meet the sect master. The group flew towards Jin City. The holy burial ground was controlled by the 5 Elements family and a few other major forces. If other forces and itinerant cultivators wanted to enter, besides waiting for the opening of the holy burial ground, they also had to pay some compensation to these forces. Now that something happened in the holy burial ground, the leaders of these forces immediately rushed over. After all, this was a holy land that even had heavenly Tao techniques. From afar, they saw Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was fighting side by side with a young man. Around them was rich spirit energy that couldn't be dispersed, and in front of them was the shrinking holy burial ground. The holy burial ground is shrinking. What's going on? Why is the holy burial ground shrinking? Why is the spirit energy here so rich? When the Five Elements family arrived, there were already many Heaven Realm experts here. When these Heaven Realm experts saw the changes in the holy burial ground, they were all shocked, but they didn't dare to rush forward. Because Zichen was there. With the arrival of the Five Elements family, the leaders of these forces seemed to have found their backbone, and only then did they follow the five family heads and fly over. Greetings, Lord Zichen. The five family heads bowed. Now, Zichen's battle strength was the strongest in the Heaven Realm, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him Lord. You're all here. Zichen looked back at everyone, and his gaze fell on the shrinking holy burial ground in front of him again. Lord, what's going on? The Jin family head asked. Below the holy burial ground, there is a dragon vein imprisoned. Now that this dragon vein is completely released, the spirit energy of this continent will be even richer in the future. Hearing Zichen's explanation, the leaders of the forces immediately had a look of joy on their faces. Obviously, during the process of coming, they all knew about the explosion of their family's mineral veins. According to the news, it was a good thing. The quality of the spirit stones would be higher, and the quantity of spirit stones would also be greater. What about this holy burial ground? The Jin family head asked again. Zichen noticed Zhong Tong and nodded at him. I'm going to bring this matter to the everlasting sect. Oh, Zhong Tong is here as well. You should know why I've gathered everyone. This meeting is also related to this matter. Zichen noticed Zhong Tong and nodded at him. Take the holy burial ground away. The leaders of the forces were also shocked, and even Zhong Tong was the same. Obviously, he left early and didn't know what happened to the Wuji sect later. Only by taking it away will it be easier to manage. The war is coming, and this kind of family-style monopoly and indirect opening can no longer supply the needs of this world. Zichen said in a deep voice. The leaders of the forces naturally understood the meaning of Zichen's words, and they all remained silent. In front of Zichen, even if they were unwilling, they couldn't and didn't dare to refute anything. The rumbling continued as the holy burial ground shrunk at a faster pace compared to when Zishu was trying to take it away. However, the space around the place was extremely distorted, preventing anyone below the heavenly realm from approaching it. As the rumbling disappeared, the distorted space stabilized. The holy burial ground was now in the hands of a bulky man, who brought the holy burial ground to Zichen and said, under the order of Saint Rosefinch, the Qinglong sacred area has been stored away. Zichen glanced at the bulky man in a blue robe and nodded, thanks for the trouble. Can you and Zishu return to the Wuji sect first? I have to pay a visit to the Western continent. This time, the bulky man was surprisingly cooperative in his visit to the Qinglong sacred area. According to him, the Sacred One had told him to cooperate with Zichen at all costs. Since the Sacred One had already given the order, it was meaningless for Zishu to follow him. It was better for him to return to the sacred area and organize the remains. We'll be going then. Following the bulky man's nod, Zishu excused himself from Zichen and left the place. Master Zichen, who was that? The leaders of the forces finally collected their thoughts after the two left. The guardian of the Qinglong sacred area, Mu Zhon. Zichen turned around and glanced at the leaders of the forces before saying, Everyone, I believe you have received the news. In 2 months' time, all the leaders of the factions of the Tianwu continent will gather at the Wuji sect for a meeting. The minimum requirement is for your faction to possess an Earth Prime.